Up on this edition of Bistek, we unravel the factors that determine fuel price hikes in the country and its impact on consumers. We engage the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, COPEC, Duncan Amwa. You don't want to miss out on this interview.
Maybe when we talk, they don't hear. So perhaps we might join them on the streets and in their offices to remind them that fuel is becoming a disaster on our hands as Ghanaians. If you go around the country, you would not find a single Ghanaian who would commend authorities for the kind of prices we are seeing at the pumps. No matter how you rationalize, make excuses, justify and talk, all the political grammar, the pump prices would effectively expose you. They are still charging me 16 pesos, 14 pesos to stabilize fuel prices. When I ask what you're doing with the money, then they tell you premix.
Watch Bistek this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Ghanaian girl, head to her channel, show her some love. She's doing amazing. What do you do on your channel?
Hey, we do everything local. If you want to see something local, you can come to my channel. If you want to see something high class, you see that first class thing, you can stay on Intermission's channel.
Don't mind it. We do everything, so from hotels to resorts to everything.
Yeah, I don't have the money for hotels.
Don't mind it. So guys, I'm currently here with Tatiana and she's very beautiful, just as her videos, and we're about to go thrift shopping at Kantamanto, which is at Makola, which is one of the the biggest market in Accra.
Makola.
Yeah, have you been here before?
Yeah, I've been here.
Okay, so you guys are coming along, and let's go. Expect that the market woman will tell us not to film, but then we film either way.
Oh, yeah, that one.
So yeah, let's go right into the video. So we started with coconuts. She's already enjoying, and this is mine. So cheers. This is so refreshing. I mean, we have a long journey ahead. So let's start with coconut. It's very windy now.
I'm taking this home.
So we are approaching Kantamanto now, and one thing you should also know is Ghana is very, very hot. Hey. It's currently hot. Like, you must always have water and handkerchief with you. So so at the end of the day, so that's the plan. Let's see what I get out of 100 cities here at Kantamanto. So yeah, you guys are coming along. What did you say? Now today.
Nice, and be pretty. Gentlemen.
Stops. Any Seminya away swimming for sea campo.
Okay, swimming.
What's it?
Okay, swimming dodo. Okay, swimming.
So I'm looking at getting office dresses, and then I also came to also get some. Let's see what it is.
A whole YouTuber like you are buying dress for 2 cities, like really.
That's the real. One thing you don't also know is when you buy new things, you also have to mix it with thrifted clothes. When you dress, people will be wondering, Stella, where do you get your clothes? And I get a lot of DMs. So you guys, if you're not following me on Instagram, please go to Instagram. This is one of the places I also shop. Sometimes, not every time. I mix it with a new thing. So you wear like a thrifted clothes with a new jeans, a new pair of jeans like this. This is a thrifted cloth.
Hey, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, you can't say thrifted.
Thrifted, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So this is 2 cities.
2 cities. Wow. Ah, first girl. First girl. Swimming costume ni be how? Now say costume. And
on the first said he wants to be the video.
Aye.
5 city, straight dress, 5 city, 5 city, straight dress, 5 city. I'm straight dress, 5 city, straight dress, 5 city.
This one is not bad.
Yeah, but it's small.
5 city, straight dress, 5 city, straight dress, 5 city.
Straight
dress, body con dress,
What's the body con there?
Dress. Straight dress, 5 city, straight dress, 5 city, straight dress, 5 city. This one, 5 city, 5 Ghana. 5 city, be out there, 5 city.
And I see this in Yankees.
Mom 15 city, come from Magic. Straight dress, 5 city.
Stella.
Yeah, I'm a skaka.
Sir.
Is it?
Yeah, Toby.
This time marketing there.
Maybe I
That you call me for Libya, never know.
Libya.
I'm for the soon.
Sir, yeah, what back? I feel
Straight dress, 5 city, Fanticasa.
This one is cool.
What do you guys think about this dress?
It's cool.
Let me know in the comment section. This is 5 cities.
5 cities,
nice.
Madam, straight dress, 5 cities, straight dress, 5 cities.
This is what we say. You need low, nation is high.
Thank you.
You know, when you get some heels, be on top.
Who will know that you bought it for 5 cities?
Straight dress, 5 cities, straight dress, 5 cities. Straight dress, 5 cities, straight dress, 5 cities. Straight dress, 5 cities, straight dress, 5 cities.
Have you gotten some?
No. You know, it's my first.
So I'll try it and see.
This one.
Okay, I also like this one.
Hey, this one will be very cool. You? Yeah. So Stella.
Yeah.
You like this one?
It's not bad. Let me see the front.
The front.
Yeah. Oh, this is cute.
Let me see. Say your buttocks is big. This one. Okay, so guys, when you come to the market and you don't really have time to try things on, you can use this one. Do like this. You can put my mask.
Yeah. So you use it around your neck.
Yeah, like this.
Like this. Once the edges reach the back of the neck, like this. Hold it. Let me show them.
Show them.
Like this. You pick the jeans. Then you use it to measure your neck.
If it's okay, let me see. You see, if it reaches the tip, then that means you are
know that it's your size. And I have big thighs, so I'm looking at something that can stretch. And this is stretchy. Because you don't have time, like the market is so busy, you don't have time to be wearing it. So I know for sure that this pair of jeans will fit. I can't wait to rock it for you.
Try this one.
Let me try this one and see. This one doesn't stretch. It's rigid, so it won't. The waist looks small. And the size is also size 8.
African lady.
Yeah, it's for the ones with the cute bum-bums.
Like me.
Mom, but I'm for black. Black. Wait, you better wait.
Wait, say no.
You better wait. Hey. Guys, what do you think about these jeans?
Hey, comment below, why?
Comment below. So guys, remember I told you how hot it is here in Ghana. I got myself some pure water. If you're a foreigner and you come to Ghana, opt for the bottled water. The pure water is, even though it's very hygienic, you have to get used to it to to be able to do well with your stomach. So if you're a foreigner and you come to Ghana, please opt for the bottled water. Bottled water is usually 1 cedi, 20 pesos. So this is like 30 pesos. So cheers.
So guys, now I can drink this one.
Yeah.
So when I came to Ghana, I wasn't drinking this one because when I drink it, trust me, the whole day I have to run to the bathroom, run. But now it's been like 3 months that I'm in Ghana, and I'm used to it now, so I can drink it.
So after going through a lot, I finally decided to buy this one.
And the other one?
It's 15 cedis, but
that's bargain.
You bargain whenever you're in town. You always bargain. 15 cedis. I say, what the mama 10 cedis more?
Mama,
Oh, ma. So I'm bargaining so that I can get it for 10 cedis. Then I buy 2, which is 20 cedis. So I'm left to buy a pair of jeans. Then I can call it. I'm so happy with the things I've gotten. Even though I came with Tatiana, she has only been eating. Guys, if you are watching this video, please head to her channel right now. Show your girl, show her some love. Tell her you came from Stella Chanel's channel to show her some. She's doing amazing. She vlogs about Ghana, a lot of videos from Ghana. So show her some love. This is the struggle behind the video. Yeah. This is my friend called Sakwadie. Whenever you come to Accra, come to very close here. Once you see these balls, come to Sakwadie. Sakwadie, try me jeans back right. Oh, sit down. Jeans, 35. When I used to be in school, I used to come here a lot of time to buy my jeans from here. This is my boyfriend. Really? Yeah.
He's a cool guy. Who find him, mama?
Mama or girl? He's begging. He says he begs. Oh, I don't beg Coco.
There be also when the girls propose to guys, they think you are making fun of them.
Yeah.
But it's not cool.
But my high-waisted jeans, like. Yeah. So I go like some vintage jeans. At least I know it will fit.
Let me see.
Should I wear? Yeah, this one.
Okay. It's nice.
And it's size, it's exactly my size, which is size 14.
Okay.
So I know it will fit.
It will fit. And take this one.
Yeah. Then he also gave me like very tight jeans. It's also another option. Like these are the loose jeans. So it looks like I've spent beyond my budget. I budgeted 100 cedis, but then coming here, the jeans is 35 to 40 cedis, and he's giving it to me for 30 cedis. And I'm buying 2, so I've exceeded 20 Ghana cedis. And she's also here measuring. Until next time on my next video on my channel, we blow them kisses. So let's go. What's that thing?
Maybe I give 50 pesos.
50 pesos. Hey, this is the cheapest I have seen. She says 50 pesos. So let's see what you got. This is 50 pesos. I'm buying this one for my little girl. My cousin.
Maybe I give 50 pesos.
Hey, you said the mama.
Jeans skirts, material skirts. 50 pesos. Jeans skirts, material skirts. Blower, 50 pesos. Jeans skirts, material skirts, black. 50 pesos, black.
To enter the Lagos Hope. I'm going to be reliving my childhood memories. I did this when I was, I think, 7-8 years, which was long time ago. So when I heard I was in Ghana, like, nah, I have to visit this place. So I'm currently here. You can see a lot of kids around, and it's a very long queue. I came here around 10:30 and it's like 12 now, and we are about to enter. So yeah, I came here with Laurie Lawson. You all know Laurie Lawson. I'm sure you're all tired of seeing her on my channel. So we're everywhere together. Yeah, so we paid 8 cedis each for the. I thought it was 12 cedis. It's 8 cedis for one. Yeah, so we're about to enter. Yeah, below 12. Yeah. About to enter. The ship is really huge. It's not big, it's really huge, and this is reliving my childhood memories.
Very short information about our book fair. So we are here in the lifeboat, the safest and biggest lifeboat in the world. So from here we move to the book fair. Now, at the center of the book fair, we have information desk. If you want any information, or if you're looking for a specific book and you're not getting the book, you go there and you ask. They will assist you. From here, we come to the cash desk. Over here, any item that you picked from the book fair, you go there and then you pay your money. From here, we come to the discount items. Over there, we have Logos Hope bags like this. You buy one for 45 cedis and then you take 2 books for free. From here we come to the journey of life. Here we have 9 stories there. You have the power, or you have the opportunity to watch and listen to the stories that we have there. From here we come to the International Cafe. You can buy some popcorn, ice cream.
Which I have, and I'm going to be shopping for books for my little nieces and nephew and for myself. So remember, I also mentioned in my vlogs that this year I'm going to invest in reading books. This is just the beginning. So yeah, let's go. You're coming along. Come closer. Wait, don't worry, wait, let me go. That's what size. This, and I'm really interested just because it shows all the country and it has stickers. So once I'm able to visit a country, I will stick this on my maybe my vision board or something. So yeah, I'm getting this because of that. So one of the things I've noticed is most of the books here are either novels or Christian books. So yeah, I'm getting this Jesus, the story of Jesus, for my children too. So yeah, so far so good. I haven't been to the adult side yet, but so far I like what I'm seeing. So these are the cooking book section. We have here how to make cupcakes, delicious Italian meals, and then this is for baking. So this is the food section. This is all the food section. Well, my friends know I've always been telling them how much I wish to have boys. So I'm buying this book for myself because yeah, this is how it looks like, and It talks about bringing up boys and raising children, and so yeah, this is what I'm getting for myself. So each unit and its price. The highest you can get is 140 cedis, which are the very big books. So they have the Holy Bible. This is also the bigger one. Holy Bible. Have you found the book yet?
Me? I'm just enjoying the books here.
But we are looking for travel related.
Yeah, that's books. What I'm looking for. She's going everywhere.
No, because I'm concentrating more on the kids, because there are a lot of kids book here.
Oh
yeah, than even the adults. Yeah, mother of all. And the book,
me,
the book.
I can only think of 2 people, my friend's place, Stella, and 1 at my house. So the rest of my siblings, they are all adults.
So I
can't choose a book for them. They have to come.
Okay, I am the youngest, and all my sisters and my brother, they all have kids, and so I'm surrounded with kids. So far, this is what I got. I got them the puzzles for the ones that are below 10 years. Then I got this for myself, bringing up boys, because God knows my heart. I wish to have 2 kids, like 2 boys, and I've always been saying it, like even my friends in here, like, Stella, don't you even want a girl? You're a girl, why don't you want a girl? But I'll be very happy if God gives me 2 boys. If my future husband is watching this video, he wants a girl, he needs to pray hard, because my prayers are hard. Then I'm going to get, I want to get the brain games. This for my other kids. So I took the books based on their ages, then yeah, and others. Then the sticker, the travel sticker, yeah, which I showed you all earlier. So I'm actually super excited. I hope by the time you are watching this video, you come here. If not, next year they're going to be here. They're going to be here in January, February, every year. So yeah, next year you can come around with your children, especially if you have kids. Come with them. Books on transport, reference, nature. Something that always gets my attention is nature. And let's see what this book has. It's just like Nat Geo World, animals, and facts about life and nature. This is beautiful. So just when I was looking for the travel stand, we finally found one, and this is how it looks.
Ghana needs this. Let me see. But it's not for Ghana. This is Barbados. Barbados. Yeah. Could be in my bag when I'm going to a francophone country. Oh, hola.
This is a French.
Je m'appelle Laura.
Are you going to be
Je m'appelle Lori Lawson. There is a Spanish one here, but I don't know when I would go. So if you are looking to sponsor me to a trip, please let me know so that I get one now. Then I start speaking Espanol. Hola.
Are you sure you need it? This is the biggest book I've seen here. So big.
Whoa.
Yeah. And we are here, Africa.
Ghana. Hey, Ghana is. Look at Ghana.
Let's see the next page. Okay, no, I think a page before here. And Africa, and of course, this is Ghana. So this is the map of Ghana, and I have visited every region in Ghana, and I'm so proud, and I can't wait to visit every country in the world. I can't wait to really visit every country in the world, at least before I die. So yeah, it's so exciting seeing this. So this is the end section here. When you buy a bag of 25 cedis, you are in 45 cedis. You are entitled to take 2 books, but most of the books here are educational books like this. And well, I think it's good. It's a cool deal, but they're not the kind of books I wanted. So yeah. This brings us to the end of this vlog. This brings us to the end of this experience. I did this when I was like 8-9 years old, and I came back here to see the Lagos Hope, which is a very popular thing. They come every year and they visit almost every West African country. So it's been fun. I got some books for myself, my nephews, my mom, everyone will have a fair share of the books, and the books are very affordable. So yeah, whenever you are around at this time between January to the end of February, please come along with your kids. This is how the ship looks like, and so far it has been fun. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience at the Lagos Hope. Lagos Hope is a cruise ship that comes to Africa every year with amazing books for sale, Christian books, parenting books, cooking books, all kinds of books. So yeah, until next time on my next video, I want to say thank you all. I wish I can blow you kisses, but let's see. Mwah. Dada mwasio ye busia ankamenya mwa dada mwasio in the future Niggas voice I busia for yasia baby send dada ye no in some cost entertainment industry na chese ya boa no a ye de ba besomo enenso masia baby mama akuachi ene menua ba we channel ho kakra ntine enenso no se me mama gire mo ema no into the answer ne be ka bibia no encha ye ho se maka kakra bi ne ba bibia ho no bia ne yesane mo amamo ene yesabo makwaba eba nkomo wo so na dada mwasi die sisi temo ene o hia me kra o kan dada mwasi o meje wo so ne no na ya Miss Bell nyumtini o se twasene one ne nanfufo bi che so makwakọ pe ba bi atena ene o timi se girls so mo we o ma no nkakra ene na be hwo ma twufo nya di si o mo so na onua me se be hwa asem enya dada mwasio ye meye yasi de mo amba nka bibi atumio anka abo bi achime awe na be health Miss Bell ne nafufui
na yesi dada mwasio Mama Balina ai na mi
Na me person me bo obi di na so de wan kasa o sha wotumi say we de na efia hwas nega esan so no e na ne papa to na we won sie do na oye ni 1 week wie ye e wa achi mota Ghana for na onim say by na man for ka say ase na 1 week na ansa no bedi 1 week no na wa hye da ate because na ofili say bia na oye ye na nkofo amba nti nkofo so kirem a amro ye ni wie ye na chese 1 week no oye wie ye nkofo start so mo ba na nkofo ba ase no e na dada mo ase ye hye ase say ba nene na ba no manfo e kirem say Miss Bell odi asembe bo odi asembe banka sankasa esanse say ade a wo ken efia hwa etini sisi a ha asembe tu bia ade anchi so 24/7 enya mbedu Schwarzenegger enso ba no so twi phone beto wonom o say Miss Bell mi de so yenya yenim dada nene ono no on kashio na so no say nye ye kra no say dada mo ase kra ye na at least ono so eye ne ye no ye no anya na wa date se na ebi mo kwakwa ye awade wo gbawe e ma alaji bi no
santeman mo se danie ye everade edwabonie obi to party obi ensiase mo man kanya moa boy mo chere se asante ye wa mamre ye nyima ye yo ye nyim se de ye kura panyini echi sabi enya awade bia ye to ma alaji bi wo gbawe na mo ye yes o papa titi wo ye a wo kura na chi onya awade mo bi nko han pabo ama ho asante mai mi shram
o trema si eke yi a ye de wa ye bi ma chese abrochire Canada USA ehfa obi a sori na efia yetu chema efia yetu chema esan say ye de enye wanim ne wachi obi ne wonma watumi aye bi da eni otum say shesi otoma Miss Balamba okacha Miss Ball so say Miss Ball unso we ye na akoye no eya wade bi na akotoma walaji saga na formanso munim sa nanse na chese eya Miss Ball unso papa wuye chese otona na won se do emra na chese o ti radio so kra o ye ni show me ko wie mpo de na esukura na mu ebusiafo mi ntumi nya de ni biem yese mi papa ewo wa no oja ni do radio no eko se tipa na oye na yi kama oye ye a Miss Ball ye na yi a asamoaja no baby jet otonyom ebobo esansa eba ye na se ba beto nyom e ma cheso bi ewie mpo da fedo mo se ebe ya nkasamoaja embobo ni bi nkosi hu se music eye wo talent cheso kokobọ nyom asamaja mo nyina abeyi asigiti anti mo chese giti ose Mrs Adoye abeyi asi opiese Esther mo nyina aba beto nyom ewie ya wo Schwarzenegger get no make kache Miss Ball say ne yi oye no ya wade no ye ene e ba no amanfo se somwe ene efia hwa omode me man bi ono ankasa de me hye so feel ye pa na ochi de talk of the town de ne ye efia hwa ne ye nko ne papa o sie no na chese na wajiga na hanuma fa bebia na chese mo ye otumi so mo ye okumase eye KNUST omo school park onum no mo ye wo eni owie ye no de se ne de bi oye no chief oni sa de si nanim eni adara bra na be hye asanteman minya moden krani ye metimo so na masore met muni me ye efiahwa asanteman muni me ye yo mi hu bida asanteman medamase dadadamase asanteman for no man for mbeka ya na nsentemu bi na chese ene video bi o man for de beba tu dwa no mu kire mu say ifia hwe ya o asanteman ko ya na order o masi o de video bi so ba abonti na chese o di o mateme ye pa na na ba no man for kire mu say ifia hwa onipa baako na uti say ochina ye say oyo want to say onya consistent say ene wo nia wo kan ochina so wo nia wo kan no chema asanteman o da asanteman ase da san say wotumi ehu say Ghana hanom na apart from asanteman chese bie ni won mekro bie ni won mo betumi aye say no no asanteman for aye no chema ade a waye ade yi pa na chese eye no na nampo no de video ni esi ni no de phone ni si ni ma chese no go so da asanteman ase no bobonko fo bidi no chemu say chief of staff I friend say mami free more pare ono kra na chese man 50,000 Ghana cedis e ma chese ono so aboa no e ma coffin a chese ne papa ni mu no omo di fram no ne e de ba Ghana hanom ene oba yo se odanasio odanase dadada mo ate na bia odanase sanse enye ono a anka dachi bi no ke bia na anka ne papa be bia no wo bia anka oka wo honom na so ye chief of staff adaromenti otumi boa no me de ye funu ne bae owie yen so na chese man 50,000 Ghana cedis na some we be kind na Ghana 40 ye ntwumu a na den be hwe didi atem ai ena mo sorry mo se Ghana se na Ghana ahokyere wa Ghana hanom a chese obi nkofo esun so mo ni sika o mo chese ensam na ye deja Emma wotumi atam 50,000 Ghana cedis e de akoma efia shots nigga a infaso be no amanfo kyerem de bre Ghana ana de ma Ghana a enu nti chief of staff wotumi apege sika kakra ka sei e da kokko no efia shots so mfanya ni papa yie ene e ba ye de Ghana for man fans be ye mami o ma di nata ebi won so guso a ka sei o mo guso a hwe ani mu pa se ye mami e di mo ye bi e wasa asemi mo na no kra bi e wo mu esanse bi mo so mo do mo sori o mo nji efia shots e de say efia shots de e to de bi e otumi de for wani asesa no obegire di say bia na yampa so bekom na chese onte hye se ne be ya obenya bi aka na chese be man kofo headlines se ne waye yi no ha no bi na oye ntino yenso de egu so ye hye se ye chief of staff nso ono so bibia wo mbia se ye nokro se nye nokro ye ngana web de yentumi entwe na so se bibia na so de ba yenso be bomode na chese ye de amawo pa Ghana for dada mo asivia na dada mo asi akeka kwa masisi ade du samie woku so if you show chema dada wasibia samie woku na if you show Saturday ya chese oye ne papa ye se obi nim se samie woku breni siko se oye ni den ne obi ntube nkyere na so se na dada ye no ano ono so dada na se ebi akwa amani ye pa na no o twemu so no if you show ho no mi Nyankopon eyi ya kyere no se ya de samie woku ebeye mampeni ani mo den na den obe mampeni ya chese enye yizo no twema se samie woku wa ma meye president wa Ghana ha no no efia shows nigga sebio obeye tutu ni pekope obeye the nation's prostitute a obia entumi enene nkokon ewo honom ene chese ochirema samie woku nia oye ma ni nyina bia no dada eda wase na so manfo be kaya unsa memne nda na ebra na chese mo yie na mu na chese gift me sesa doye bonyo ma busuafo sa sister shwo so won bi a chese no su edi na so se ni ye be wan se ni se be nkumi odi esi abrantie be ni se saman no be a cheap break no be na sasa adan na boni be na chese abrante etumi dia ye wa ma obo na sumsa na ne ba na o man for ne social media obi aba say usually obi asemba obi awo the reason or dinjo we so or the 2 and 2 bi esuso mo be hu say da bi e bia na asem na nuntie nanso ebi mu kyeremu asa na sika na yetutu go no efi ahwo aso no na branch no pese obesesa sika no na kyese no so de kwhwe ne haufa enti na asombo ne baye ene nete na ewie ye no obi a twen san ke efi ahwo so e di nkyeremu beba ena wonu aba nso de so ni sani adada oye no onfeni aga kyese obaya na o di nkyeremu baye o kyerema eye ni nua ba pani ana ye tu sika de egu onu efi ahwa ne so no ani nua ba na piki sika ne nkakra no na branti akwa chim ne sister pani o ne nsa ne papa ba we chim ne sister yinsa eji sika ne de free ni nsa mo no chema ne nsa benku me ekita ni ani ho e ha se asa wonim na sa wo be jimi o se bi o de fa nanim na so ye ni se ya ene na oti atim ti we shesa branti no sada na obekọ fie no se nani so na moja nda ho dia na mfa sedan ba Nyankopon pa isa se Nyankopon odi ni ho afo fie ankasa na Ghana for munim se efia Schwarzenegger na ye na oye no wemni na ye twenwi na onim se eye na oye no eka oboye nyina eye 200,000 Ghana cedis eye se o kan ne sika na so titisika no 2 billion annual 2 billion mi se 2 billion eno ene ye de ye da agei na ye na so mu nyim na ne ba ye na eye na tornado wan so nyim on ne efia omo back and forth omo kwa we be mani nua na we de be mani nua eno na tornado echrema Ghana for madao na so mo na egu abontin o chema efia Schwarzenegger year osi with the 2 billion ene yeye eba ne se na afi de Kumasi amontin so obi aso wanya aduane amfendi ena an mikoto na ntwe mienu odwan 10 ena fine kosi se meto the whole of specializing show koto ni nyina de ba yi na se nso Kumasi fo echrema aduane o mo ba wanya aduane ndi omanya nsu anom na ntwe mienu nso so okokoto yeso mpo na chese eno so no adani deja chese na ntwe no omanya bia anwe bepemo na ye kase na Efia Schwarzenegger abra tornado kan sense we nyina wiye no so e de betu ja se de ye no na no ka chane se wuni wa wo hono ma wonti ase se ono de 2 billion ene ye yie ana afempu no nkofo donate sika dodo na dia ma no o se o chana se wani nje won ho a bomodia ne kun papa sempo no ntumi nkuna o de try na ma o papa ye no de na cheto papa no onye funeral eni owu a ono so ye ogidi pa se bia donation no benya bi but as it stands now o ka say de eyi no umpo donations wenya bi free chief of staff ho wenya bi free vice president ho wenya bi free chairman ntumi ho opambwe ono krampo be pie we yase na Efia Schwarzenegger cross mbisa mo se mo Ghana ha no mo se opambwe wa ko bi yase da na zen we ena manu hu so no ode musuru nkunto se mo amane donation na nkofo de man no upe umpo waje nto so pe donation ni bia anampo no nti ase a ma papa onye condemn ana onye what a shock enti chese ya yankwa eyi ni bi no adanye mbo yedin emfa aseda ni bi emaya na rade masire ene dada mwasi da keke din so agene de ayenim keke di ankasa yera ba kope personality ba kope o Ghana ha no nzo tumu se emra chese Efia Schwarzenegger ni papa na yie 1 week mu na otuemu pe yie nene na chese Efia Schwa ade na aseda no so abre no sida keke di odawasia na ense esanso chema eye 51 week ton and now started say wo mano se bio nyansa kanyansa gundasum etu ne fo chese bebi obekọ bia otu a na wetiem tono so de asida sronko efri nyankopon heaven straight and ode ma odawasi ye pan na ni otrowie na keke di nso ede betu any post na se and ono ntu chiremu se onua aside ni ho esanse se etua wonua ho na odofo ho na chese etua won so ho anisa chese nipa nso ye de ben se o se ye boabo ye nyina ho se ne be ya bibie ni a etumi akoso ene na aside ni ho bie mu de ye ndane ne ho ye chese ye ndane ye ho kakra ye nkokon num nsio kakra ne ye ba bibie ho no bia no ya san de asomo.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Ewusia me sama makwa babiem me dia ne maame akuache ane ne ye tu fa dia ya dase ye sisi na sefo no omunkonko gwa fe de yenko eye styles mo kakra yenko kan eye sex mo kakra na eye Stephanie Benson nyumtuni asisi dia therapist papa o chirechire adofo se na mo be ya betu ya mamo do no asoye wakwakwa ye akua etese mianso dia otumu sesa ne ma ne de ebe mu a ye peye peye ya ne ani gye ho no na just odi efuto kakra bia bremma ene meme nyina ene we de ye simple the amount we ko bebi akwa kotua sika ba we o chire wa the amount just simple fanesa no na just odia kwakoto any social media post or Instagram eno de photo bi e ma na ochemu so no ho no mi nso yo ba bia esa ne dwumadi a odi ni nti no aya che so ntant na ne kunu nchen na so se de bia eda ba kokrampo eni wono ma ne kun enfe no esa ne nieme bia oye de twa ne kunu nti no o se no otu kwan se wabaga na anu mi eto de bia ne video call si otumi ne ye otumi ma ne hunu se ne yire no wo ho no no che so onye bibia boni bia we tire otumi ma ne kunu fele ne paase ne be ya ne kunu obefe na che sa video open time say ne no e baba ne nchen eno de niam nan bi e de ato no so de kire anampo nan youth for no na aware for mpo no o de kire mo o se wutu kwan anampo se wonni ukunu nchen na sa wo yere nchen a eniam nan ba ko ne se aya menyo ho jealous bia wo honom ahoaye ase ahyen ma amukunu tu kwan a na sa wutu oyiri tu kwan a na wo frefre ntu we he ntu wo ye den wo pese wo hu ne o ye no se sa de no enye ensan fata nti mo nya san afiensu no man arehye mu bie mane hu no se baby kra wo no you still have that relationship or don't know eguso ewom enya afi na ba be ye mu hu hwehwani mhwani bia afiensu no o say the flower. You see that flower? So in flower no so you to say adi a onim bisa no flower no masela o do no hu say flower no it is still shining. No this foot kakra we ya e de amaga na for ene omo maka nyina adofo nyina nti wa chese we de simple de amount nya pe wo bia no so yi wo de wom na o so ogidi se we nyina no wo ya e ade a e betumi abo na em se me refi last one no o se last one no edu sakoda na I say yeah tie release no who say bibi wo ampa Stephanie we dey da ase pa such say we dey say photo sunku we e dey ma yeni so ye pa na nsenkyere ni oba so na no won fe no sa nsenkyere djuma aye fe no se wa mi he na che so no so din semfa bi ato ni social media page ya Twitter so dey ato che ni followers anim se we oba na so wo ho no na se won ware ya men ka se on ware ye ni ntino oni anije o se tasam ne de engina baby enka da ntimu nja ise de bia na we ware ya na wonani nji no o chema wo sika na che se abrabo na koye de ma kama I mean anije be na enimu biem to no de o se o chema munja ise ukotena social media utumi attacking central for ani teacher ne ma na mema mutumi ka che omo na ye na wale o se sasam no ompe munja esansen fata na Kumawood actress I friend of Mama Jane and ye na sentem de hia hwasne guy ni movie say bi e ba ye friend say beauty no di mu akoten pa no de ba beto dwa say e beto de bi kra de na che say e kompa she could start herself because sika ni honom o chema amanfo dodo na esan sini na o twa nti no mo fele se o sika eni nti o ka na ha kra de tro bi na on jinde o ka say movie be ba we twa nyina nti pa che se nti woni sika na but o se sa abrabo no emu odin ye pan na no wie na o twemu so no ni nkola bem nya na nko se onyi a ko peso ye judge temu afo na nko te so te court na nko no so di amanfo nsema na nso fofuri anto ata ekoko wie no na wadani Kumawood actress ba kopa na chese afede senior na we twetwa na chese ohun ni onfanye no neno na chese A+ ni wife ba kopa ye friend sa Akosua V na chese no so din timfo bia ba beto dwa o se wo ho o te Ghana ha no na mpo ye nipa da se na o ti wiase a bomodia ne fa wa brabo na nya private kakra esan se yes na de bia won se me da monti na ya na nkofo eni dimu pan hwehwehwe ma ehun bibia chese benya bibi a wo be ka fa won se na be ya chese nsem be de janto no onu mi wa sheda pa na chese de ne ho ate on peso bia be hu ni nsemu esan se so hu na sama e na obeka nanso no de obomodia de hu sia obon se obi enya hye chese enfa anampo enka enfa ho na emra Akosua V edison se we betu dwa se wo hod me wo so ma abra bon de private kakra no e na manfo chirema asre sa de sa bonebo ase Akosua V mpa che wo se mi mbisa wo emomo se anampo se mi kan che wo se so wo afuti obi a konwurem na kokacha akokọ hwede se omrefie sanse ni nua ene akokọ o se yemisa o se ana manfo se mi misa o se ukun A+ oye private ana ene ne yetu fanda ne yekoche se Nigeria memu enyum tuni aye friend se Davido obibini son of akope no no den semfo bia beto jo twemu se ye amemu na ye din Chese nema enkoye nti eye ifia da ye da ye nim ye 18th February ono anka ba be che eye nipa hodo bi be ye nipa be 20 oba be mo sika na chese be ye 20 million naira o de ba be che sa nipa 20 ni nyina esan so se nema nkoye nti oba be ye adoye kakra na chese o de amasa nkofo nyina no manfo eni Nigeria for mo mpene ne esan so monyum tuni no enche bia no be ye mu show. Na eye Ghana nyumtuni kwa okese abodam ene amunyamu ni me ne manager aye friend no se eye fene kochire mmanfa be kaye 80 pepe ni achese otwana na no wonse do nipa bonifo bi ekokun na ma chese ebepem ne ye nheda ehu nipa mpo achese okun no eno na chese Sunday ko se da ya etwewu ebra na chese kwa okese ene na o kaka ne na o twemu se ye efiti mra ore efri mu no ya de aha ni ye pa na ne ye no ha no bebe no krampo se eye nipa wodo bi a na feniki ye wo otiase a obo omo ne nkika ho sankofo ni nyina adane omachi e de ama no kwa okese ma chese adane na rewo sama chese ohun ni onfanye no ho kranto ndi ochirema ebepema nampo no obom paye sana so wo hwe anim sie be hu nipa bonefo a chese okun nipa no nto no feniki no embomodi ano mboa no se ne be hu sa nipa na nsa no kwa okese de ne kra no anampo ne bo no atone yam na kwa kasi ya na chese odinse mfo bi kwakoto ya ni social media posts o chemu se o se titi aro old men na so the young boys no they are now growing old esansa memo ne nkoye o chema enye sa abai we ya na mre bi etwomu ekoye ne brana be hwe asem mutumi na amemu onye ene muntu abama me muntu abama me afede mo buy ahwefu prices o chema asem be ne den kra na ekosi yo no oju on ti ase so we ba omia honestly I know how far o chema sisi ano obi a young boy na feda kwakwa say you are growing old sense ne ma ne nkoye fu oni etumu chese bibia abo ayedin e wo Ghana hanom na eye keche Joshua samunim na ne circle de obetin circle de ide onsa nyumtuni ono e na odi nsimfo bia beto jo ono so e kasafa eye fuel prices ya hu na o twemu se sisi asade a fuel prices no tu e kosrofa no ene enwunua uye na danfuo uye ne maami o uye ne denden o bomodin so bepe 1.5 e de ama no ansa na cheso be so obe me too baby a wetumi aba na sisi a the assistants no onye ready so betuka e de akọ baby rough unhia na bomodin de ama no be 1.5 bipe utumi ma na ne de o ho kwan so ba be straw o baby a wo bia a chese efini nkekan bia eni ho na akakwa yese nia eye Joshua keche kan yi ase nia sa akode enso akan bi pa ye o twemu se sisi ano o amano ne na so tache down a ni meeting so ni bibia nyina no ade onu obeye ozum na fuel prices ya mu na chese ye GhanaWeb aboebo celebrities ahodo bia omonso omodo omanu aba betum omo hyemu se fuel ni de sisi ayi nkoye mfa mo omokra na ne odi kan sa akode na sa akode de atodwa sisi ano o wa amano ne nti so touch down pe ba Ghana hanu ma ono de onko bebi o hyedem nti unua unhia ne so ne be meeting bia zoom na chese zoom pe zoom ni so de ne bomode ya na chese $10 bi e fama na chese o 19 fambra wo fie na the leader fortune and so sini twani prekope ono so ada we tuja na otwemu se ye amemu ide nkoyi o twema emre bi a etwemu na chese dollar former president mama abreso na chese dollar no chese 4 cedis na no kra no mo kan wa asem se ni boarding si se ye 8 cedis wa Ghana hanu o se ono she can think for nemum no Ghana for ye ble Sara so na ye kwa okese wakase so kirema sani aye mpanimfo bi de betu ye nim se Ghana for ye tisika so nti nkomo amu oba na chese sika no maba ba ma ya so we fi so na nkomo diskana man na kwa okese anye ejuma enkoyi ekra Sara so na ye Joyce Linduma ono so ye chese ye sini cheni ono so de atuja o tremu se ye why din chese she can think for essence sister send fuel prices no esi akoso ne de ono de odwin wa he can't think fun. Sarah so na D black and so that is the chroma she baby I she say or dream one you can't think for no so cockroach to say ni social media ya Twitter page so Sarah so na ye nuaba Yvonne Nelson oba so no ya santo wa Ghana hanom ono so kire ma ye fuel prices na chese kufado asio ma wa yiko abon homodin eyi pan ene ne ye gina celebrities yeso na chese ne ne nkomo ho no abawie ye medam wase bebre in the Lumbers voice midiane ma miekuache ene so mi gina mu ma mia me nuaba amabroni da sene ye be sanso ehia
week on Bloggers Forum.
I saw the Instagram video. It was a video where you could see that she was appreciative. She was very, thanking the Chief of Staff, Madame Frema Opari Opari, for, the support, the 50,000 supposedly that she gave, and then
also aiding to
bring the coffin, and then in addition saying that if she needed anything, she just asked. Wow. So much so that if Fia had to say, Mama,
I've read a story that says that the Chief of Staff office denied, said they didn't give her that money, and I'm thinking, if truly they didn't give Efia that money, fine. But so with this kind of manner, in order to vindicate herself, she will try and look for evidence to prove, say, and you be able to so amount DNA, so that our day counterparts will not use that to tease her.
It's very worrying, especially when we are being pummeled for the e-levy, that we do not have money. It does appear that the state has no money, but there's enough in individual pockets.
We have to tread cautiously, baby, and it will amaze you, say, a year back, cause disaffection for a certain voting public based on that
Bloggers Forum shows on GhanaWeb TV this and every Friday.
I say I see a wood ever so by me person the correct intel no because ma will be paying your security information and so man information vital information. Well, intina me inti see no mo frɛ me na me frɛ suspect na me kita mo numbers me frɛ ba ku no gina phone so me frɛ second one so no gina phone so na che so mo communicate and me frɛ me nipa bi no de car be fa me. And you come as my commander no ne kaka ten say me suspect two suspects. Asa ba ko no omo ko asase no ho wa ha. Ni papa person odi asase ni na ede to onu no din so. Ana ebusuafo no empene ebusua no so asase no so ebusua asase. Nti akoba ne saa no ono ba ko no ekobo gezo ne pa. So mbeboa no no munkum oshipi no because oshipi no na efam ebusua pan ni ho a o guide one krata san mu ni ade. Nti omukuna na chesa aka ebusua panyin no omukuna na omasan abasi ebusua panyin na chesa omotumi aton asase no nti ama sama district commander no so obomoden oye team ono ankasa ka ho na e lead the call suspect ba ku ni fie yedu oni fie no gate da no watum ana omubo oba no omubo mu na obi ambebie ye hu so oba bi ka so obi ambebie na police fu na abu pun na ni no omuwure mu omure no ana omuhu moto blue black na ya tete so wo baby incident ni say moto blue black bi eden eba ho be ya action bi na ono na okum nipa no ye hwe moto blue black na omutwi di si abonten omugu so ya settings omuko hu adaka bi si ho omu bi sa oba ne say adaka we di ade na o say nwan nentwie na ewechi ho no eduane na ewu ana police funu bu adaka omu hwe ya na sack dem omu nko bie sack ne so a G3 AK pumpaship and pixel. Aden no mo chi oba no mbisa nse ni kun we o se ni kun ni ho. Nti aya sa no ohen no so ne ye ba santi ye ba ehwe no. Na nti ya che no. Ye ba ni we dwane one ne ba ni na. Ana we dwane na wa kwaka suspect na ya kofa G3 ni AK no e wo ho ofete. Ana o ma hide o mo no mo suma obi se onko hwe be bia ya chi oba no e de ne ko. Ana nipa no so record omo no de recording ne ye den e de send ne ye na che say omo conspire to commit a crime. After the crime no they conspire again, gather again to cover up we na ewudie na adoso ewudie no adoso because it throw adoso wo Ghana ha na de ya ne say ade ama sa ade na obi tumi nya bold eku obi ne say emra no Ghana mra ni say ya case bia a bailable offense first and so ancha murder case any robbing case incha ye chewa ye hwema ansana ye be ma obeli ama obela na ya try case no ya convict ba na me say sisi a case bia a bailable offense nti ebinu mu jitu mi so mu kokuma ye de omu kokota omo be file motion although edwuma bi organization bi a ye corrupt kakra bi wo me hwe asem na si police for edwuma omo di omo bo omo ho modern so omo benya all the facts e dey court nti media me ntumi nka se nsusu se police bu ewo echi by the misusu ne se sankrofo we ya chi omo wa ahemfo etitire ne sikafo etitire a omo wo omo echi a omo betumi afile motion na omo nya bail quick nti jejo uwo ho ye de sa asem we brewa e se woto bu ma bail mun use asem we scapegoat mun fa ye mun punish amanfo se na ebe ya obi kodi ewu a obesuro anya so man no ebe gangsters country investor bi ba ha obesuro so de ni sika be ba ha e ma ye nso mbebunu ye nya edwuma aye.
And we listen to seniors, and that is why today we are able to make our case. And some backbenchers from the minority side would only want to heckle and we don't want to listen. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Honourable members, we are done. I just want to draw members' attention to Order 1605. The committee shall prepare a rota of ministers to appear before the House to answer questions. The clerk shall be responsible. Please note this one. The clerk shall be responsible for arranging questions submitted by Mr. Speaker to fit into the rota for informing the ministers accordingly. So I encourage members, when their questions are not appearing on the business statement, to verify from the table office whether indeed their questions have been admitted by Mr. Speaker and whether it has been transmitted to them and the ministers informed. Because it is after that that the business committee will deal with it. Let's take note and use the clerk's office to verify some of these information. But I'm still worried about the numbers that are reported, for example, as being present yesterday, and the fact that indeed not only yesterday, throughout the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, proceedings have been halted because at a point in time, somebody counted and realized that there were not sufficient numbers of us in the chamber to proceed. And yet, the following morning, our report will show that we had a lot more than we needed. So, if anybody took our report and compared with the votes and proceedings, what happened, it would be difficult to reconcile. How come you have 230 of you present, and yet you didn't take a decision that there was enough sufficient numbers? So we have to do something about this reporting. I don't accept that you write your name and leave. I think that it is not proper. It is not proper if, for example, a question is raised of quorum and there are people in the committee meeting. That's why the rule says that we ring the bell, we toll the bell for 10 minutes. There's nowhere in this presence of Parliament that you cannot walk from to the chamber in 10 minutes. So if indeed people are at the committee, we have sufficient time and reason to ask them to come to the chamber so that business of the House can proceed. But I find very inconsistent situations where business is truncated because a quorum is raised and the numbers are not sufficient, and yet our report says that there were a large number of us in the chamber. I think leadership must look at this and ensure that either the people who are reported truly are here, or that the true numbers that are here are reported. Very well. I have brought I'm done with business statement. If you have any other matter, you come to business statement. Honourable members, the business statement for the ensuing week is hereby adopted for implementation. Yes.
Speaker, I will seek your leave to vary the order of business for us to go on to page 4 and take item 11 for the question to that motion to be put. It was suspended yesterday based on agreement leadership had. So we are ready to put the question now.
Page what?
Page 4, item 11.
Yes, Honorable Available Leader, that is the application. What's your...
Mr. Speaker, I'm told there has been an understanding, there has been an agreement between leadership yesterday that today they will take the question will be put on the motion. That is all I have in terms of information.
Very well. Item 11, motion. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to understand exactly what the available leader means, because I'm sure the understanding yesterday was based on the fact that if we have the numbers, because our leader has set the tone, and he told us, we were all here, that for the decision-making quorum, as the Supreme Court has said, according to Article 104, we must have at least half of members. That is the understanding we have by our leader. So I'm sure that whatever discussion you may have held is based on the fact that both sides would mobilize their numbers. At this point, at this material moment, I don't see us having the numbers. And the Supreme Court is very clear that decision-making, Article 104(1) must apply. So I do not see us having the numbers, because people are watching, and these days, the rate at which people are heading to the Supreme Court, they will take this matter up. So, what's the business? The Honorable Afenyo Maki, you may want to mobilize your people. We are the majority. We are more than your people.
Honorable, so address me.
So, Mr. Speaker,
raising an issue with me.
Mr. Speaker, I'm raising an issue under Article 104(1) of the Constitution, that we don't seem to have a decision-making quorum in line with the Supreme Court decision.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the available leader has spoken, but it is very, very unfortunate, and I need to, while I want to concur with what the available leader has said, I really cannot understand why the majority members of Parliament will tie the hands of the majority. Mr. Speaker, they should be more interested in the work of business, of government, than us. Mr. Speaker, look at their numbers. On a daily basis, we were talking about the issue of attendance. But, Mr. Speaker, it has never happened before that people who should be very interested in the work of government are completely not interested. And the leadership must find out, meet your members, and find out what is the problem. Why I don't know here. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I defend and to what the available leader has said. And
Mr. Speaker, I would plead with leader to defer this, putting the question for now. When Chief Whip and others return, maybe they can do further consultation with us. We can progress and do other things, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, when we sit here, we communicate among ourselves and we do not engage in surprises. The posture has always been to watch the arrowhead. But whatever that is happening on the floor, I would want members to know that posterity is registering same. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, I shall engage further with the available leader on whatever was earlier agreed upon, so that others may watch the arrowhead so we can make progress. Mr. Speaker, that is all I can say for now. Mr. Speaker, we may proceed to
item 7.
We may proceed to page 3 and take item 7.
To be done by the deputy.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the Deputy Attorney General is here, and we shall appreciate if she is permitted to lay the paper on behalf of the Attorney General. Very well. Item 7, presentation of papers.
Budget performance report in respect of the Legal Aid Commission 2021.
The report is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Constitution and Legal to consider and report. Yes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, for our own guidance, Mr. Speaker, I would want to encourage members in this House to engage the front bench. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we are engaging and there seem to be some turbulence from behind, it sends conflicting signals. I will plead. No, it shouldn't be the case. Let's try and engage. Honorable, Mr. Speaker, we are taking the statement. We agreed on statement. We proceed. Statement. One from your side. Is that not right?
Yes. One from
your colleague has a statement. You don't want your colleague to take his statement? Tell Abi, you don't want your colleagues. Are you undermining your leadership? Are you undermining your leadership that your colleagues should not take his statement? Stop. Yes, Honorable Teller, you first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the decision that was taken yesterday, before we adjourned, was that both sides were admonished to make sure that members, populate the chamber for us to take the decision. We don't have the numbers.
So I think we have moved on from there.
Yeah, but then why did you call my name? What's my name?
Yes, available leaders.
Right, Honorable Speaker. a few colleagues filed statements which you have admitted. They are available if we can take those statements now, Mr. Speaker.
How many members are in the chamber?
We are taking Tema Central first.
Sorry?
Mr. Speaker, we are taking Honorable Norton from Tema Central.
Private business,
Mr. Speaker, there hasn't been a question of quorum. There hasn't been a question of quorum. Nobody has raised an issue of quorum to proceed. So, Mr. Speaker, we are proceeding to take statements. Yes. And that is the agreement we have for now. And, Mr. Speaker, we are taking two. One here, one there. So, Honorable Member for Tema Central.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I think your question is very simple. How many are we at the chamber? Yes, that is the question that Mr. Speaker is asking. The Supreme Court is clear. You can count the members, including the Speaker. That is the question that Mr. Speaker is asking.
How many are we?
How many are we? That's the question being asked by Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, we can't play something or nothing. A well-founded question. How many are we? So the usual practice is that when the question of how many are we arises, the clerk at table would proceed to do the needful. That notwithstanding, we proceed whenever there's a need. No, we've never halted proceedings on the basis of an issue of quorum being raised. So we'll proceed to take the statement. While the statement is being taken, the count will be done. I think that is within the rules, because that is what the rule says. In any event, it is only Mr. Speaker's question to us. Yeah, it's Mr. Speaker's question to us. So, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to take the first statement whilst the count is done. Unless you want us to stop proceedings.
Honourable Member, let's proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Question. Let's take a statement.
We take the statement.
Item 6. Statements. 2 statements were admitted. The first one is in the name of the Honourable Member for Ives Ninoy. Honourable Member for Tema Central. You may proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to make a statement on the World Oral Health Day 2022. Mr. Speaker, every year on the 20th of March, the global community comes together to mark the World Oral Health Day, which is set aside to raise awareness of issues around oral health and the importance of oral hygiene. However, in 2022, the world is commemorating World Oral Health Day against the backdrop of recently compiled research which shows that globally there is a huge inequality in access to professional dental care and advice. This means that addressing oral health problems is often delayed, or the problem is not treated at all, leading to serious issues and ultimately truth loss. Mr. Speaker, for instance, 22% of Ghanaians aged 50 and above have experienced endothelism, loss of all teeth, and the rate is even higher for Ghanaians aged 65 and above. Further, 96% of adults in Ghana between the ages of 34 and 44 are affected by gum diseases. This points to the fact that families are not paying close attention to their regular dental visits, resulting in unnecessary loss of teeth. This, I believe, is unacceptable and preventable.
The reference research identifies the key barriers to access of dentists in Ghana as being 1, a very low dentist to population ratio. Only 570 dentists are in active service to meet the needs of the entire population of approximately 31 million. This translates to approximately one dentist for every 58,400 people. Most of them are based in Accra and Kumasi. There are some constituencies that do not have any dentist in their area to attend to issues relating to oral health. 2, there's a lack of adequate dental clinics in Ghana. Although there are great efforts and strides being made to expand resources, out of about 298 public hospitals and polyclinics, there are only 84 dental facilities in the country, and not all of them have equipment in reasonably good condition. 3, cost is by far the biggest factor preventing Ghanaians from accessing dental care facilities. About 79% of Ghanaians cited cost. The amount paid out of pocket for dental treatment and prior knowledge of the existence of dental facilities as significant predicators in dental service utilization. This situation has disincentivized a lot of people from seeking proper oral care in Ghana, and rather prefer to resort to various unorthodox ways of maintaining their oral health. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, organizations like Unilever, under their flagship oral care brand, Pepsodent, and in conjunction with the Dental Association, undertakes various activities to help achieve optimal oral health for Ghanaians and families. Several NGOs have also taken steps to increase awareness about oral health in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, oral health should not be relegated to the background as we have done with other health issues. Government must take steps to address the issue of low dentists in our healthcare system, few dental clinics, and the cost of dental health services in the country. It is important that we have a national conversation on what can be done to improve the oral health component of our health delivery ecosystem. It is also important to add that, Mr. Speaker, on the 9th of March 2022, the Ministry of Health announced the recruitment of more dental officers to augment the current numbers. However, more must be done to step up the dentist to patient ratio in Ghana. The Ghana Dental Association and other groups should enhance their public awareness and education about oral health issues in the country, and we as members of Parliament must encourage regular oral health checkups by our constituents. Mr. Speaker, permit me to end with a quote from Jennifer Williams, an oral surgery assistant, who says that oral health is just as important as getting skull health checkups. It's not just about getting cavity filled, it's about overall health of the individual. Another scholar also posits that oral health is a reflection of the physiological, social, and psychological factors that are essential to our quality of life. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to make this statement. Thank you very much.
Any contributions to the statement? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving us the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement that affects every human being in so many ways. There are two exudating natural consumption activities that every human being has to face. The day activity, which will give us the food for the table that they have to consume, and the nocturnal activity where loved ones may have to engage themselves to enjoy natural conjugation. Of these two activities, the nocturnal one will be enjoyed when you have good health, and good health will come by through your esophagus. That is the good oral health. On that basis, when you have poor oral health, it means that the nocturnal activity is not properly enjoyed because you don't have the nutrition well digested to give you the health and to give you the scintillating mouth odor to engage yourself in that amorous relationship. However, if you look at the oral health among all the professions, you realize that it's not given the needed attention and education, whereby people will take good care of their oral health and the observers to make that amorous relation attraction perform to its fullest. In those days when we were in school, the first thing that you have to do was to have the authorities inspecting the oral health of every pupil to see to it that you are actually in good health, because if that is good oral health, then you also have other side effects where you have other ailments caused by poor oral health, like stomachache, like the ulcers, and other fungal diseases. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the issues here, in our training for health personnel, oral health is not given the necessary attention, whereby you go to some health facilities, particularly in the rural areas, you may not see dental nurses and other dental medical officers attached to this place. So we realize that the oral health issues are not well organized and well catered for in our health facilities. It is important that if you want to enjoy life in terms of nocturnal activities and the day activities, then you have to treat our oral health very seriously. Those days, you may have the charcoal and then the plantain stem that will give you a very nice oral health, a very nice attraction, whereby you see the whitish teeth trying to attract others to have a move to ensure that always all the time when the two sexes meet and you have that attraction, it rises the occasion where people may have the opportunity to engage themselves to enjoy the nocturnal activity that has been given to us by the good God. It is therefore important that this day that we are celebrating the oral health issue, Ghana should take it up and ensure that we prepare our people through education, we prepare our people in the educational sector where professionals in the health system will also be engaged to train them in the oral health issues, so that we shall engage them at the various health centers to help our people secure oral health activity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this statement. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And thanks to the maker of the statement on the World Oral Day. Mr. Speaker, this is an area that in Africa, compared to the Western countries and the developed world, I would say that to some extent, God has favored this part of the world. And you compare it to the European countries and you see that practically a high percentage of their population suffer from oral health and tooth decay. But about 20% of the whole world population would have suffered from oral health in one way or the other. And when it happens, it is sometimes an emergency. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to when you get to the extent that first you have possibly a dental decay, and then you get to the extent of a dental cavity where the nerve endings are exposed. I have a friend who went to do extraction of the tooth and never came back. And it appeared that we were all shocked because now you have just went for them to extract the tooth, and he's a colleague doctor and he died. And that is where we have to understand that the whole human being is an organism that has limbs. And so while they were trying to extract the tooth, He had hypertension, and so the pressure went high, and he had what we call the hypertensive crisis. Actually, it's the hypertensive crisis that killed him, but what triggered is the extraction of the tooth. In other words, what I'm saying is that if we don't take care of our tooth, apart from the social, mental, and clinical implications, it can even lead to our death. And I appeal to all of us, about 2 times a year, we should go to our dentist and try to let the dentist carry out a general checkup on our tooth, saying that if there are problems there, they will start looking for the solution before it gets to what we call the dental cavity, and probably an abscess being formed, and probably needing an emergency extraction that can lead to anything. It can lead to anything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well. I'll move on to the next statement. It's in the name of Honorable Desmond Peitu, Gomwa East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on the International Day of Forest under the theme Forest and Sustainable Production and Consumption. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations General Assembly declared 21st day of March as the International Day of Forest by a resolution on November 28, 2012, to celebrate and raise awareness of the importance of all types of forests. The first ever Forest Day was observed on 21st March 2013 under the theme Forest and their Vital and Life-Sustaining Role. Mr. Speaker, in a message read on the first ever International Day of Forest, the former General Secretary of United Nations, UN, Mr. Ban Ki-moon said, and I quote, "By proclaiming the International Day of Forest, the United Nations has created a new platform to raise awareness about the importance of all types of forest ecosystem to sustainable development," unquote. Mr. Speaker, Jen McPine, the then director of the United Nations Forum on Forest Secretariat, added that the first United Nations International Day of Forest is a tremendous opportunity to celebrate our unique relationship to forest and trees. She continued, "This is the day for the whole world to celebrate not only the gift that forests and trees provide us, but also to unsung heroes, those who make a difference for your forests, your trees, and your communities. Find them among you and thank them." Mr. Speaker, the UN nonetheless permit countries to adjust the date of the celebration of the International Day of Forest to suit their peculiar environment. Toward this path, Ghana utilized the long stretch of May every year for the celebration of the day to concur with the major raining and planting season. Mr. Speaker, this year's celebration of the International Day of Forest will take place at a high-level panel discussion online at the Swedish Pavilion, the Forest Expo 2020 in Dubai. Participants present will include the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, the International Union of Forest Research Organization, IUFRO, World Congress 2024, and the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, SLU. Mr. Speaker, the global theme for this year 2022 is Forest and Sustainable Production and Consumption. This year's themes aim to emphasize how forest-based innovations resource efficiency, forest-based products, and ecosystem services can contribute to a sustainable lifestyle and accelerate a shift towards more sustainable consumption and production. Mr. Speaker, all these efforts will help to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, good health, well-being, and transition towards low carbon and green economies. Mr. Speaker, it is constructive to outline that the theme for each year, International Day of Forest, aim to fit into UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration, that's 2021 to 2030, which requires the security and restoration of environments all over the world. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has been rated the third most deforested out of 65 nations in a study undertaken by the International Tropical Timber Organization, ITTO, with a yearly loss of 2.19% of its forest. Furthermore, according to the Global Forest Watch report in 2010, Ghana had 7 million hectares of natural forest, exceeding over 30% of its land area. In 2020, it lost 136,000 hectares of natural forest, equivalent to 82.2 metric tons of CO2 emission. Mr. Speaker, the Global Forest Watch has also indicated that in Ghana, between the period of 2001 to 2019, 5.5% of trees cover loss occurred in areas where dominant drivers of loss result in deforestation. Mr. Speaker, this trend is disturbing and must not be allowed to linger, as the consequences in coming years will be dreadful. Mr. Speaker, it is sad to mention that the country's forests are under various forms of threats, such as illegal farming, lumbering, logging, overgrazing, fuel wood extraction, illegal mining, despite the numerous benefits that are obtained from forests. On that note, I humbly call on the government, the Forestry Commission, Environmental Protection Agency, and other relevant stakeholders to enforce the necessary measures to curb these illegal acts in order to preserve our forests. Mr. Speaker, permit me to mention that successive governments in Ghana have promoted tree plantings program across various levels. One of such initiatives including the Green Ghana Project, which was launched last year on the 11th day of June 2021. The project saw the active participation of the President, Vice President, Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, ministers, members of Parliament, head teachers, students, clergy, chiefs, and others, and some others who supported with the planting of trees. Mr. Speaker, this was remarkable and historic because the trees planting figure corrected indicated that 7 million trees were planted under the project, which exceeded its intended 5 million target. This clearly depicts a significant way to protect our environment and ecosystem forests. Mr. Speaker, as the day is being celebrated today, not exactly today, supposed to be Monday, but I'm reading, so I'm using today. As the day being celebrated today across the world, in anticipation of its celebration in Ghana, I urge Ghanaians to visit beautiful places where trees are in greater numbers to feel the fragrance, calmness, and affection of trees. Places to be visited can include Ebri Botanical Gardens, Legon Botanical Gardens, Bui National Park, Ayum Forest Reserve, and many others as our modest contribution to the ongoing celebration worldwide. Mr. Speaker, to bring this statement to an end, I would like to share these quotes with the good people of Ghanaian and the world at large from Franklin D. Roosevelt. It states, A nation that destroys its soil, destroys itself. Forests are the lungs of our land, purifying the air and giving fresh strength to our people, unquote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement before the floor. Thank you.
Any contribution? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make a contribution on that beautiful statement from Honorable Member of Gombe East, Honorable Desmond P2. Mr. Speaker, we all know the essence of forest preservation. In fact, when we are all aware of the role forest plays in preserving the sustainable development goals, SG 1, 2, 3, and 6 talks of eradication of poverty, provision of fruit and game, that's eradication of hunger, good health, clean water and sanitation, and then climate change, capture of carbon and storage. Mr. Speaker, these are all essential things that can lead to sustainable development goals that we are embarking on, so that we can produce more and then consume more. However, Mr. Speaker, human activities are going against such moves to achieve that goals. Human activities such as lumber harvesting, urbanization, and lately, I'm saying, we have delved so much into our forests, depleting it to the extent that very, very soon, this certification will catch up with us. Mr. Speaker, losing 13 million hectares of our forests annually, global-wise, that's global loss of 13 million hectares is totally unacceptable. Every year, we gather a lot of resources to embark on conferences with the aim of curbing the climate change that we are talking about. This is totally unacceptable in the sense that about 12 to 18% emission of carbon into the atmosphere as a result of forest degradation that we ourselves embark on. It sometimes defeats our aim at trying to attain the sustainable development goals. So today, as my honorable member is talking about, or has provided us a very beautiful statement on the need to preserve our forests, I would like to add my voice for the call to all and sundry to ensure that we preserve our forests so that we can achieve our goals. In fact, Mr. Speaker, while I can surely put the attempt to preserve our forests through reforestation at arithmetic rate, I can also be sure that we ourselves destroy our forests at geometric rate. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to commend the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources for the green project that he embarked in June 2021. But let me also call on him, humbly call on him to follow it up so that the achievements that he targeted at can be sustained. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to the statement that has been made by my colleague on the World Forest Day, which falls on Monday. Mr. Speaker, I would say his statement is highly welcome because he's drawing our attention to the need to preserve our forest. Mr. Speaker, the current government has made it a point to champion the preservation of our environment and then also afforestation, reforestation, so that we will be able to arrest the various drivers of forest degradation. Mr. Speaker, that is why we came up with the Green Ghana concept. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to thank the entire members of this House and also all Ghanaians for participating in last year's Green Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we just launched the Green Ghana Project Day for 2022 just about 2 weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, for our information, the 2022 day falls on June 10th of this year, and we will urge all members to participate on that day. Mr. Speaker, just like we had last year when your good self decided to suspend sitting so that members could go to their constituencies to also participate in that laudable effort. We plead that this year too, if you can, honor us by suspending the sitting of the House so that members can go to their various constituencies to participate. Mr. Speaker, this year we have targeted 20 million on that day. And Mr. Speaker, we have come out with various programs that we are going to use to be able to target this 20 million. Mr. Speaker, one of which is that we are going to give out degraded forest reserve compartments to corporate bodies so that those corporate bodies will help us to revegetate those particular compartments. And Mr. Speaker, that alone we know can be able to give us about 10 million target. The remaining 10 million target would be geared towards revegetation of off-reserve areas and then our urban centers. We will also look at the medians along our roads, especially areas like in Sawam Adwadiri, along the Kumasi Accra highway, where we have large tracts of median in the middle of the road, where if we plant trees along those roads, it will help in conserving and also beautifying our environment. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I'll thank the maker of the statement that he's done very well, and we highly appreciate what he's done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That is the end of statements time. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, may we now go on to page 19 of today's order paper and take item 33. Speaker, we have engaged, I can reference the Honorable Ahiafo, who was, and then the available leaders. Of course. The leadership, and of course, the Honorable Ahiafo, we've spoken extensively. So, Speaker, we can now take item 33 for question to be put on that motion. Speaker, with your leave.
Which one?
Page 19, item 33. We concluded the debate yesterday, and just to put the question. The Deputy Attorney General is here.
Very well. Item 33. Motion has been moved. It is for the question to be put. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act 1960 Act 30 to provide for plea bargaining in the administration of criminal justice and for related matters.
The Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Bill 2021 is accordingly read a second time. Yes.
Speaker, we are ready to now take item 11 on page 4. And we also concluded the debate, and here to put the question, Speaker.
Honourable members, item 11, the question to be put. All in favour of the motion say aye. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, we are about taking a decision. We are about taking decision. And the law is clear that to be able to take decision, we must have majority of the members present.
But we took one decision.
Mr. Speaker, I always maintain that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, you follow that procedure in exercising the right. Mr. Speaker, including yourself, we are not up to 138. Mr. Speaker, we'll be violating Article 1041 of the 1992 Constitution, and we'll be in contempt of the Supreme Court if you dare take a decision whilst we don't have the numbers. Mr. Speaker, care must be taken. We are no longer masters of our own rules.
Honourable Leader, can you withdraw that part? Because that's not like you. That is not like you. You are being a decent and a very well thought lawyer. Don't add that part. It's not like you. Your argument is okay, sound, but don't add the propaganda. That bit is not like you. Proceed, but please cut out that we are no longer masters of our own rules. We are.
So, Mr. Speaker, since we don't have the number to take decision, this is a constitutional issue that I'm raising based on Article 104, clearly interpreted by the Supreme Court. We should be careful not to do anything unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the Constitution must guide us. We must operate within the ambit of the Constitution. We must operate within the dictates of the law. Mr. Speaker, the law, the Constitution, the supreme law of the land above and beyond which no further law exists, will not allow us to take this particular decision. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have just heard my very respected colleague, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo. I do not want to believe that he's picking and choosing. Before this motion, because you are arguing on grounds of principle, let me respond to you on grounds of principle. Mr. Speaker, we just took item 2033, and then with this, Mr. Speaker, because you are a member of the committee, because you are a member of the committee, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this.
Honorable Deputy Leader, here I want to hear argument on law. Don't do certain things.
Mr. Speaker,
I want to hear you on point of law.
Mr. Speaker, all I am saying that it is very rich. It's very rich for him to suddenly.
Is it for me?
It is very rich for him to suddenly, after considering motion 33, because we just took a decision on motion 33, which he had no objection. That immediately after, he has a problem with the next motion. Mr. Speaker, I find it very rich. Then, too, he now says that the basis of us proceeding, the basis of us, can you sit down for me to finish? The basis for us proceeding is not right. And the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, all the submissions he raised, I don't know what legal point he raised. Is it the case that you are arresting the motion? Is that what you are doing? If you are doing so, say so. Are you arresting the motion? Is that what you are doing? If you are doing so, say so.
Honourable members, I think there's no more argument on this. On the 104.
Mr. Speaker, if you
on the
hear me
104, kindly let me.
If you didn't hear me for a minute, because the leader has said something that is very significant, that the House is drawing the House attention that when I'm just walking in, that when 33 was taken, we equally didn't have the number. You said that because you just said that you just took this. And if that is the case, unless it can be proven that after this one member stepped out, that one has to be stood down. That one we didn't have the number, take that one too.
So we are reversing.
So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw your attention that both 33 and what you intend to do now do not have the numbers to take that decision. Therefore, that decision that was purported to have been taken on 33 should be rescinded because the numbers were not there. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw the leader's attention. Because when you want to make argument, you don't worsen the situation. Because as at that time, if nobody raises it, it means that you had the number. Now that you are raising it, unless you can prove that members stepped out, that means it was equally taken wrongly. And therefore, we need to rescind that decision. Yes.
Yes.
Speaker, there should be calm. I think that we have done enough for the day, and I want to thank my colleagues for their cooperation. So, Speaker, under the circumstance, I will want to move for at least all the items that we had agreed to deal with has been dealt with. We've done the two statements, one apiece. We've moved the motion, the question has been put. So, Speaker, I want to move that the House is adjourned to Tuesday in the forenoon. Speaker, I want to move for the House to adjourn.
Speaker, under the given solutions, I second that we adjourn. I second that we adjourn to Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. I'm directing that only members of parliament who are here now are the ones whose name should appear in the vote of proceedings for today, unless there's evidence that somebody has been in and gone out. I would not accept a situation where we come on Tuesday and we have a list of 200 people present when we never had the number to take a decision. So please ensure that members who have been in only, committee meeting is not plenary sitting. So whether the person wrote his name or not, if he's not in the chamber, please make sure he or her is marked absent. For avoidance of doubt, I'm repeating the order. Only members of parliament who are here now, and a member who came in, sat, and probably left for some other reason, may be marked present. Any other person should be marked absent. The motion has been moved and seconded. The House is accordingly adjourned to Tuesday, March 22nd at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Eya asalaja ha ewudi akoso nsempi akoso denchira pampram into such places na esa aban no omo ni security so doso obi owa ubo so timoto so 2 uhu di oye moto no kra no number plate ubo so di edibone na afa ya hwe no into omuma security endorse ena police fu binum so wo ambasa my ho a omo we familiar to those people. Inti akobani say assemble no muso mu boa ye cover up. Inti Misra Egypt no say police for match e were certain places are crime make us no. On transfer transform no fafo from ra. Say fo from ba obeba be ye na edwuma ye. Na dada ne de enem say waje bribe we ho waje bribe chokoti say ni edi bone a na obi di bone a. No mpesa obe den. Obe use police mbra no e de against no. Inti o ma ne transfer enye edwuma fast. Ama samai especially district ho any division ho no yen transfer nkrofu bi ni emfafo from la pampram police yen transfer nkrofu bi ni emfafo from la na bribe adults too much yes I informant ni ye bre na IGP way Oh ye juma pa ni administrator aya misaya unu. Oh ye juma pa Kofi Buachi ye juma pa impeyinfo ni ye juma na emom nkola binu mo mo show mase no. E no ma be ye wolf with the sheep clothes. O ma yo mu wolf. E no ma fa egu ahema na aso na o mu ye so mu ye juma no so mo na o mu boa e na bone koso. Inti transfer there endorse pa. Memo obi ntina a certain station for 5 years, 10 years, not ho. Into criminal be the neighbor familiar. Never ni say no aba asema. Na civilians ni yan expect say police ni no na say oye den oboa. Na onu so no aba ye corrupt. Na ye nkwada asemu. Into changes no transfer no endorse. Endorse. And a young informant binum no so no. Ebinum so corrupt. O mata ebinum. Into ebinum so corrupt. And I saw police no mom ya mani sika ya toka amano inti isi ano hu bono kra na onko kanche police na ono no attack yen the good informant no na wasa say oya den o wurawura ya se o twa atrasem inti no momo mine inti na changes bi mbro mine na even kranko Ukraine and Russia intokwa do muku na nipa wu ba ha ntokwa mba hansu de bia nipa wu de bia yeku nipa Eastern region na say yekum Papa say ofanko yekum ahaso yekum 1 week nipa be say 4 ekum Northern region yekum adan oman na adan sisi oman no investor bi abeba ha ohu this kind of records obesuro so odi ni sika ebeba abeboa na mbebunu nu so omunya adwuma ye no omesi da anya adwuma ema bre eba country nim inti na etuo no etuo na doso wo manim moma yanji ni na yanchichi omu ina
Ghana Forestry na do danko kufa do yama mpelisa ehye asie bi eno na kire say Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs Mr. Kweku Apprechum Sapon e da betu dwa say na Ghana for kana munja isan say no kre biara eyinu o say say me betu dwa ba no ni central for ebi nkomo e wo foreign ministry na no na o chire ma ya da na do danko kufa do ngo asho mo say sa construction na sa contract no obi a enyi ni sanfia na say mo obi ampo enko ho no na kire say oto aso no ka say na do danko kufa do ho no mo na Bulgaria na ambassador bi e letter bi ebre na chese na danko kufado so e hwe letters ni ma no hu se chese trespasser bi e de ho afori ma na chese obo trespasser ni e de try Apprechum na chese pa page ma de onya police for e bom hu modin bi asesa trespasser no ejuma na oye e wo sa e embassy ho no be jai
Chacho for penny Emma NDC amanyoko no Johnson Asedun Ketia aka General Mosquito and odin semfo bi ababeto ya o twem se nani nje kra nani nje Speaker of Parliament aban bagbe ho esan so twema na nko hwe anim se anko be declare ya for me na MP no ni seat no vacant nso aso hwe nanim sa no che se ade speaker entumi enye ye ntino enye ni de ye kra o twema anka mra for me na MP no e tro krata e bre no se ade opeso ode no ho edom MP pian no anka sa time na nakache nka che se eni kwase nko pene so kra ma che se obeye MP anampo obeye second deputy speaker e wo Ghana hanu afen so trema ade minority for no eye o ma anye ni ye kra so mo so ebo modien e share anim e ma ye for me na MP e betena as deputy speaker of Parliament na oko GBC che so mo interview so e no de sanse mfa we nyina e koto dwa na o twemu se obi a ono go gina se independent candidate na so aba ma she bedwam na wankasa mehu so nipa ya na agyensa media me ne MPP fo na ebo na wa yes man cheso nipa ya ba second deputy speaker ochema kanka ya ade a owrey eye na agyensa nka wogina independent nka anka se obedo me ye MPP amanyoko ya nka be hu se ade anka minority na majority sisi ano koma hye bedwama enki enya minority eni enya majority sense obia number eye ba ko bia ye 137 eno da ba beto ja se ni ra ho pan sanye ne de say speaker of parliament one declare from na MP ni seat no vacant. Asen Central Mashebejeni na cheso no so atutu biye pa amane eye Professor Raymond Atuguba onu na ye dean ewo ye Ghana School of Law ewo University of Ghana na ochema amanfo mu nimo muni mpa asasa na eye Professor Atugube emra na okọ law school eye exams bia ye friend no say conveyance law exam o siche say one pass o feli try ansa na chese ono no pass into na ye no wa kra say Professor Atugube sorry na no so ebetwabo mampeni sa memoni nkoye emo no so ye ka so no so ba be ka san se anhwa memoni ya anhwa na ku akwakosi ono na otwem se ewrade nyankopon che so no ko dwen he can't think far na ono mpo ache so okosu ku bi ache se your friend no say ascendom pem economics anu kro nya degree ewo QBE no ye qualified by experience anu mpo no ontumi mbie na no engineer bebia embo bia memo eche ema wo former president John Dramani Mahama wo so anache se mpo ye executive secretary krampo no wudumadi papa ben ena mutumi die eno na otwem se ye we mu nyina sori o mo se mu ye law lecturers ena che so bo kan se hunu se bi gugu gwamanfo sum ema mo so from ho se lawyers mo na che se ada Kennedy wa tutu bi ye pa e de amane owrey.
If you have been on social media, listened to radio, watched TV and read online platforms this week, then you have heard about the comparison of funerals between Ifya Schwarzenegger and Maisbell. But what actually goes into a befitting burial? My guests and I are seated. We discuss these and more on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Venice Oparijan and I'm sitting in for Abrantipa. We'll be right back. Welcome back. If you want that entertainment show that gives you deep information, everything about entertainment, then this is Bloggers Forum. And today on my show, I have this man. How many years has he been? Back from, is it 2015 or 2016?
Yeah, 2014, I think.
Don Capo. The history behind the word Don Capo. Mystic Mike.
Oh yeah.
He's a writer and then the owner for blackpepper.com, right?
Yeah, I am managing editor.
Next thing. And then my Vivid Vida, right?
Yes.
I don't know, Semika Vivid Nia.
Okay,
Vida Aduchumwa is a columnist. She's the first female
spokesperson.
Yes.
For an award scheme.
Yes.
Which is 3 Music.
Yeah. Sister, what are you up to?
We're gearing up for the main event, 26th of March. So now the first list. Yes, few days. The first list of performers are out. Kwame Eugene, Kidi, Black Sheriff, Ohima, Mercy. The list is on Sina. So Akwabwa, Darling, Muna, For Real, Charlie.
Fully packed.
Charlie. And this time, we are not having pre-recorded or pre-taped performances. All the experience we gave the month for last year, we are carrying it to the stage live.
Nice one.
So Monfort should watch out for the 3 Music event. Grand Arena, so quickly dial *899*36# for your tickets and rep there. 250 regular, 350 VIP. Very cool.
Nice one.
Cool one. So they shouldn't miss this.
Okay.
I hope you're coming.
I am coming. Now, right than a PRO for 3 minutes.
You don't have an excuse. You don't have an excuse.
Free your mind segments. Mystic.
Yeah.
So what is bothering you? You have to free your mind.
Well,
next segment.
It's just an observation following the reconstitution of the board members for GAMRO. I see that we still have old faces still representing. Madam Diana Hobson, Kofi Abraham, Reso Wusuma Fo Rexoma, Francis Boahin Yao Ajimambedu, Elizabeth Tego, and Francis Omari Adolfo. They are now the board, of GAMRO. But the thing is, what is new? What can be expected of this leadership? Not too long ago, Shatawale had raised concerns that for many, many years, he hadn't gotten any funds from being from his music being played and for GAMRO tracking it, except they brought 30,000 Ghana cedis over, I think, nearly a decade. And some said even Shatawale, who is so prolific, will be getting 30,000 over many, many years. What then happens to others who are not so much gifted and don't have that repertoire of music to demand, more? And so I have observed that a lot of the well-to-do artists or whose music is breaking the barrier or the bounds, the Kiddies, the Kwame Eugens, the King Promises, and all the others, when you go on their YouTube page and you check the details there, you will see that at the bottom of it, licensed to. There's always licensed to a UK firm, a US firm, or something. It tells you that it is where they make the bulk of their money. And I was suspecting that GAMRO being one in that business as well, the licensing, the tracking, the distribution, the monitoring, I was hoping that we would have our artists at the bottom of that list licensed to GAMRO. But you don't get to see this. And it's been a source of worry for me. Initially, when these things started, we might have had GBC and then Ghana Radio or Unique FM. So the tracking must have been much easier. And early on, when the private media started coming in, the Joy FMs, the Sunny FMs, the Choice FMs, the Vibe FMs, you could still track. It was still easy to track. But then in our current dispensation, where there is tons and tons and hundreds of radio stations, television stations, and other platforms, GAMRO must put in technological interventions to be able to have the muzzle and the intelligence to be able to track the music played on the various platforms of these artists. It is the only way they can truly get the revenue deserving of these artists. Other than that, anything else would be a sham. And so I would urge the leadership, Diana Hobson from Dana Akiomi, Rex Osafo Mafo, as we know as Resoma. I mean, these people we've known since growing up, since becoming teenagers. I would have thought that by now they would have felt the need to let the others come in, others with fresh blood, others with new ideas, others with technological insights, data analysis, and all the others to come in. But it appears that the old guard are not ready to let go. And it is most it's a curious development, I would say.
A curious development, Spider.
Yeah.
Your mind on.
Quick one, 3 things. First is Kisa Beckley.
Yes.
I think an interview on Idile, and lots of people are talking about it, say we're denying the son and all that. I mean, she has every right to keep that side of her life private. I don't see why Uncle for bashing or for saying, say, Oniba. I don't know if that was the right response, though. Maybe I'm a Baba, then I don't want to talk about him. But to quickly go on to the interview, deny, and then do a video, YouTube, being and baby, I say, even after the interview, she wants to get more attention. I think, say, Uncle Fonjane how. or no now then when she decides what she puts
I
out.
think because of the critics and inside, and I will release a video.
A video, yeah, talking about say on penny bass and all that. I mean, at age, at stage of industry, you didn't expect that delay was going to ask questions about Otona Wakoye Nengwa. It was going to go beyond that. It's no quiet, then you know and delay won't call you and come and play games with you. She knows what she's about. And you need to prepare yourself before you go ahead. But I'm thinking, say, she was too excited to, have another opportunity to talk about the Botox and the surgery. I don't have any problem if you want to do surgery, to enhance your beauty. But said the already emphasis on that aspect of your life, make sure, say, when you're doing the movies and other productive things, you draw some needed attention to it so that the young ones out there looking at you, will not limit popularity and answer achievement in the industry only to a Toby Awakoye. So that is what I want to say. Then the second one is Gloria Safo. I think say the death of Nemamen is taking a toll on her, and you can feel sexually she's hurt. She's genuinely hurt. Utumi will say ahana. Even her posts, her activities on social media and all that, you can tell. And I'm surprised, say, with all the work that she's done in the industry, from Efira to movies to voiceovers to influencing, music to influence. I mean, me who's our love, from the fans, say pour down towards her. Is it because she's not making the funeral, like a fashion show? Is it because that is how you mourn? I mean, said the path she has chosen, that is how you mourn. But I'm not seeing the outpour of dog from the fans, knowing the Juma why you industry. It is our mouth for a dream baswa. Say ye ni nubia besenko. Obisusu DNA. This is how she's chosen to mourn Nemami. So I think say we need to give her the love and the needed attention. No so fancy. Now, lastly, I'll talk about Abnakoko. I think there was Sunday Edimi and Sambi Abba Yabrel. We are tired of this nonsense. Yet now the biaka say a rabba unwako orgasm. Why should that be our problem? Once they did not rape you, no man harass you sexually, now consented to that act. Stop disturbing and conform. With this kind of nonsense, you made us understand so we were mental issues. You are diagnosed with bipolar. Now, if you go about like this now, we best stopping other mental health issues and conform more mental health issues from getting the needed attention and support and even funding of their programs. Look at the timing out there. Stone Boy is preparing to release the album
and also a concert.
And also a concert. Share Asamoah is coming up with a book launch. He's going around inviting ambassadors to come and support him whilst on launching a book. And this is the time you chose to draw the attention from the good works they are doing to yourself. And see, and she rightly said, say, she's provoking them so that they can harm her because she's not capable of harming herself. And if you make such a pronouncement, do you think, say, you better take you serious? And at this stage, Yabre, A+, wherever you are, I'm calling on you. Fire now through for the first time. Anuajo, revive it. Allow us to appreciate these people and their talent.
That is vivid vibe than I tuning. Can you ever break? You'll go for Vogue. Welcome to another exciting episode of Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Rabna Everett. We are still in Ghana Month celebrating our 65th year, and I'm telling you, it is totally amazing. Today we are going to be looking at 4 times the wife of the Vice President Samira Bawumia has slayed going to the Ghana Independence Day celebration. Right after this break, I will be back. Welcome back. This is still Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, and I am, of course, Rabna Everett. Before we went on a break, I did say we were going to be looking at 4 times Samira Bawumia has slayed at the Ghana Independence Day celebration. Taking it back to the 61st Independence Day, Samira Bawumia totally killed the look. She wore a nice, lovely, well-stitched kente, northern kente outfit. Now, this is no ordinary northern kente outfit. The outfit spoke value, it spoke class, it spoke Ghana, it spoke culture. She had on a lovely outfit. Don't know who was made by, but I loved the definitions in the outfit. It had like some mini little pink pearls on it on the shoulder side, and it had like a capey thing going on here. I don't know what this is called, but it was really, really cool. To kick everything off and to kill the look, absolutely, she had a silk pink, very soft, like you can see the fabric is real soft, scarf on her head, and that, I'm telling you, killed everything. Samira Bawumia does not go out without looking her best. When I said Samira Bawumia does not go anywhere without slaying, I was not kidding. Looking at the 62nd Independence Day celebration, Samira Bawumia totally wore and killed and slayed this well-stitched and sewed pistis outfit. It was a white fabric with some red and turquoise plus blue embroidery on the top of the outfit, and she had a mayafi, a beautiful white mayafi, to complement the whole outfit. Samira Bawumia does it for me and all of us every time. Check out the outfit. Now let's look at the 3rd time Samira Bawumia totally killed it at the Independence Day celebration. I'm talking about our 63rd Independence Day celebration. She wore a pink kaba and slits. Now this is no ordinary kaba and slits. I'm talking angles on the neck, angles on the sleeves, angles on the kaba. Like, everything was totally on point. And what killed me was the well-coiffed scarf on her head, and her makeup put and blended the whole outfit together. Samira Bawumia, you are my style icon, and you are a style icon to a lot of people out there. Keep slaying on us, but you need to connect us to your designer because he or she is the bomb. Finally, coming to the 65th Independence Day celebration, Samira Bawumia does not play with her kente, and she definitely does not play with repping Africa all day, every day. She reps the culture and she makes us proud. She wore a lovely multicolored kente, you know, on the sleek side of life, and it had like a beautiful shaba. She killed it with some cream shoes and a green blouse which had extra fabric on the shoulders, forming like some round circles. She looked like, you know, yes, military, but she looked totally good with a kente scarf. I don't want to talk too much. Just check out the image and let me know what you think. You have seen it for yourself, my lovely people. Samira Bawumia slays all day, every day. She is the queen of repping the kente fabric. If you ask me, she rocks it left, right, front, back, center. Yes, my lovely people, I will be back again with some more lifestyle tips and celeb profiling.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you, Erabna Everett, for this week's presentation of Vogue. We are going straight into this week's discussion. For the purposes of our readers, let me give a background to the funeral, which has now turned into a bit of competition. Ms. Bell organized a 40 days prayer event to honor her late father on March 5th. And then present at the event, we had Mr. Kofi Amoaben, PACS star, DKB, Kasum Senari, Asamoah Jan, Tonado, Big Aquace, Sally Gali and her husband, Ina Party, and so many other people. Just last weekend, Ifya Schwarzenegger also held her final funeral rites for her late father on March 12th and 13th in Kumasi. Also present at the funeral were Chairman Wuntumi, Prophet Adakwa, Brother Same, the Ifya gang, Tracy Wache, Diamond Apia, and ne omo kahunina. And kase bekase ye funeral. That's the final last respecter. Yade you pay to your fathers or your late father. But how come all of a sudden, as funerals have become a competition? If one is being described as an hour-day funeral, and the other, so it is being described as an expensive one because it was worth 2 billion. Even though if Schwarzenegger didn't state, say, old Ghana cedis and a new currency.
That's a nice
Vida, what do you make of these funeral tent competition?
Well, where I come from, you can't a yearning in our boom na yen back. So if we have like 10 funerals in the vicinity, you have to wait until the day our hinena can say yembra together. So we have a big park after we all sit there's nothing like a jamboree or a competition, as simple as it was a then we bid farewell to be money pana, you drop it in the bowl or be yama or yako until baby. Now this particular funeral day, and I'm beside Yankopon said, Banesen or ma, the dads of these two ladies around the same time. Because Anna a chichima sokaka, but on Yankopon no nimno ye. Until no penna a course. Now for Miss Bell, dear, I think say ni papa free mono. Na wa comporte ne ho. Kopim say me te say coded of 4x4 fame. Aye nyumbia ye friend dada kamwase. And I saw Miss Bell kind of jamming to the song. And if you watch the body language now, it was not only jamming to the song, it was as a boy could see a bias or teasing. And it looked as if said that Adama says as a result of OBAUC ne papa ye and they are solicited for funds now or they are on one casa person or yet as a or the ye no SS radie or soon chino or the GBB. And to me who and I was like, why would you do that? Because Adama say phrase we a phrase that obi anim say a free if you Schwarzenegger one a buy. Ain't sa and somebody Korea, I saw Miss Bell in a video trying to explain herself, say she might not have a big funeral for ne papa because of ne papa religious background. And ne papa crash titi say on per funeral. And ebusian for not now they are deciding say even though can't say on penno on be ye amanana. Now I found sa explanation not unnecessary because we now don't do papa. So also babon sem keke. Now they are bidding farewell. Unyo be any asemka. But because okoto sa teas no two muri yena obi say how is sa both funerals ibekon. I felt to say she felt the need to come and explain to us that if you don't see me doing something huge, just know say it is something that is coming from me papa and the family have decided. Now, if your Schwarzenegger also wanted to use this opportunity to tell you, say, even though I'm say manual ya, even though I'm feel say Ghana for a trouble me and pema semno, yet the minu me no kwansi wa me who odo a chen. And I'm going to prove that to you through me papa funeral me baby. It's just 1 week ne crown bono. Share the kind of dignitaries are a baho. It's from then no started making a statement to Miss Bell say, me no beef no, ye transcended ya kwa samando. As I see so cry me defeat too, yes I kwa samando so me defeat too. You know, there was fashion. Celebs say baho, deco, armor, ye koto ye say allegedly see ato nantwie mienu for aduane. There was music. Ye say afi coffin no.
Ye fly.
Now, I was so say sabi enuanom Muslims. Omo hawa, omo kra, omo corpse no. Sabi o bi antoma bi na de drown ho na ukọ. But then ono person o chiro say wa mani papa baby papa dad che say coffin adaka na ifo adaka na kasa kra full plane. Anzana eba belande. Then I'm asking myself say when nyina ebekwa kwakosi sen. Because ye can be say na mu supporting ma mu so why marginalize o industry ni mu munye say mo to what end? Is this the kind of beef and answer the kind of tussle ye per se ye to aswana? Knowing Miss Bell no, she's quite emotional. When him say lady we o de wasem ko to o de wasem ko nanima o fa ho nchew obeki kanadiam ono no so ne ntokwa expiration date ni hu ntokwa na expire o shia obabia o de be mema now uko tiziri ye no afi waja adwuma dirty job na matonado and Tornado is going around doing all damage control and I want to nantwie na wan yesi meti kumase mpo se radio station bi ko interview nantwiera. I mean, like,
has it gotten to that?
Why would you a whole radio station be fail be o ton nantwie say man ye bia asumasi be ton nantwie wo ho ana no ton ne sen? I mean, you want better issues to deal with. We are creative people. If you want to beef and if you want to show power now, do so through your creative work. Miss Beltonium, what the hates be banner? Where's so yesini, series be banner? I mean, can't we do sir and talk away if I ain't me an intellectual beef and what the son yema way in the name some sorry I'm seeing man support. If you walk into any office, NASA also got support for project for your crafter. You Google would think a
the kind of story that's so pop up.
I mean, it doesn't sit well with me. I'm even ashamed as a woman sitting here. Now, I'm sure they would have gotten up from grave and told them, Sarah, but who disgracing me instead of giving me my final departure with respect. You know? So I'm ashamed discussing this issue. Some are sorry to make be pay a done fashion show be just to show off. I feel I could do say bobo and perform ye one doye edin. Miss Bell also know Kokuemuno. Do you know the kind of people that supported her?
On the donation part, so I
feel very ashamed as somebody. I speak for a scheme like 3 Music, and we have a subset of the awards called the Women's Branch, where we to celebrate women in the arts. Your affirmations are cut to encourage women, and you too fall within our space, our creative space. And this is how I'm really ashamed of these 2 girls.
Mistake.
Well, it could be argued that Miss Bell dancing with Dada Damwase, you know, in the background wasn't to stoke any fire. That could be argued because Dada Damwase had been banging so hard, you know. What I love to say is Miss Bell is the first lady of hip life. Miss Bell is the first lady of hip life. She's paid her dues. And when you're talking about one of the earliest urban female celebrities, it's Miss Bell, you know. And so if the dad passes away, it's going to generate interest. That's given. That's a given. The problem or the issue with Miss Bell's dad's passing had to do with 2 dimensions. He was a Muslim. And so you know how Muslims go about their funeral rites. But the man was also a royal from a Kumfi. And so even upon his passing, the royals wanted to bury him in a certain way. And then his religious people also wanted to. So there was that bit also going on. But eventually, he was buried. And then the Adua was done for his soul. It was that which Diamond Appiah, another actor in the mix, said, what, our day, that was done. But if someone has passed, and then Adua is to be done, it's a solemn occasion. It's not a period of merrymaking. And so I understand it was held at Bawi. Even that had significant people coming to show love to Miss Bell. You've mentioned some of the names there.
Party.
I mean, and those were heavy hitters. People there were heavy hitters across entertainment, sports, politics, across the divide. So you cannot say even that was a child's play. Because, I mean, when I saw the visuals and the photos, I said, well, this is very gratifying that to have someone of Miss Bell's stature have these people coming through. Now, for Efia Schwarzenegger, she's an accomplished MC. She's a very solid, actress and all that. So you can also take that away from her. But the only thing with Efia, as I have come to observe it, is that she is very competitive. Very competitive. And so in her mind, everything, she must be the winner. That's what I find quite intriguing about her. And so right from the funeral, I recall seeing a video where she said, hey, now even the presidency or I think I chanced upon the video.
Yes, she released a video like that.
So she was not shy, she was not coy about soliciting for funds and other materials for the final preparation of her dad's funeral. It was clear. She went public about it and was not coy about it at all. And so I wouldn't be surprised if she went to the various quarters, including the presidency, for which became a matter that we'll discuss subsequently. But Ms. Bell did not go about it that way. And so those are the two different things that I observed about this banter. And even at the NUS, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Park, where the funeral rites were eventually held, I was expecting massive numbers, but I must be frank that when I looked at the visuals, I was like,
very disappointed.
I didn't measure up. Given the publicity, given the campaign, given the going rounds that the FIA has done, I was expecting huge numbers. But
this is not to cut you, but if you had studied the beef between Efia Schwarzenegger and Mercy Siedu, as a part of Asante Foni be Ebuefu, because I think Mercy Siedu was traveling to Dubai with her team.
Yeah, the attache wore.
Yes, and I think so she has sweater also. And quickly Efia was referring Asante Fo Mutu Kwama Kosha sweater. She didn't make it a Mercy Siedu issue. Or Asante Fo issue. So there were many people who even said Otumfo shouldn't have given her the space to even come to Asante Man. So there were a section of the people
who were peeved.
Yes. So in order to have large numbers, I also saw free Accra to Kumasi.
So you think numbers?
She didn't get the numbers. I mean, to be very frank, because I
see most of the Kumawood stars.
Yeah, I observed the visuals and I said no. I mean, given a fierce loud mouth and given her campaign, her funeral campaign that she embarked upon.
But what about that Asante Fo or say Asante Fo? Yeah, their money.
No, because they gave her the permission to even hold the funeral there.
And
I think they deserve.
And I think she's an Asante. So, by saying that, she's saying Asante Fo, and tapping into the general thing and all that against Miss Bell and all that. But hey, it's good that they've found eventually wrapped up the rights for their respective fathers. It's good that daughters do that for their fathers, and we can only hope for greater things.
On the part of donation, was it right for Efia Schwarzenegger to be publicly declaring, say, despite Mami 10,000 cedis, Wuntumi Mami 4,000, the funeral was worth 2 billion, and it's all thanks to Father Dixon, Chief of Staff, so Mami 50,000. Was it okay? I know one, and the second one is because public declarations, there are some calls for GRA to probe for tax.
Charlie.
They are linking it
the
to
whole dimension
Sam Panchakra's daughter, Reverend Sam Panchakra's daughter. So also the wedding will be Bemani huge Sikano. They invited her for.
It was a faith check.
That was
after.
That's beating a retreat. These your people. When I say, they say, hey.
Who are my people?
So they want GRA to probe.
I don't hear Bonsamana. How can you say my people? I suffer for now. Who hear Bonsambana? Who hear Bonsambana? Me defending why?
Who defend you?
There is a reason why when you go for funerals now, we stay the Monday, you know. Saturday is a burial, Sunday is a Thanksgiving service, nothing Monday at Tennessee. You see a free be say ye bu a yasika. And you fear Schwarzenegger and come in name say Saturday now if you are sorry by at the end Monday in boy yasika. Quite a web can cry that who profit her when ya weirder than Damwase. I mean, Onuna yedi achedi ene mano. She reserves the right to publicly announce it or not. And I don't think Senkofono HNs can only sign undertaking which say don't mention my name. But look at the parties involved. Obi owa ordinary senifa echewade a onpese benkum ni behu say wachewade. Enti se wo obi a we matured person na wo na wo say wo what to say at what time. But this is a case yes our public declaration way to spite Obi. Already now for your target will be saying the funeral our day. Internet will see more reasons why all back a case study, or more back, or more the evidence. What field so betray the entire wood our day. And mind you, Miss Bell, a week before the Dada Damwase funeral, no, it's not TV so, and the people that she was interviewing, she practically asked everyone, I don't know what me yase, I don't know what me yase. I don't know what me yase, and they were giving her reasons why. That is to tell you, say, a part of her wanted to have all those dignitaries at her funeral so she can also make a case. Is it the case says Sankrofona am baninti na also so yente kasa we loud and nah? These are genuine questions, sir. Maybe, sir. But I felt say maybe a sikani free buy and a court say free buy. It wasn't necessary say obeboso. For the part of the private business owners, they choose some money. But when it comes to government side, some of the gifts and full soldiers need be as sorry say say ban saying my brain on the me bonds 150,000. But I've read a story that says that the chief of staff office deny said they didn't give her that money. And I'm thinking, say, if truly they didn't give Efia that money, fine. But someone is scanning manner, in order to vindicate herself, she will try and look for evidence to prove, say, and you be able to so and so amount Emma, so that our day counterparts will not use that to to tease her. Until we have to tread cautiously, baby, a year corner. And it will amaze you, say, a year back, cause disaffection for a certain voting public based on that Mwasinti, or we go promote ever cause somewhere else. That is why I'm saying we need to be cautious. If the statement has come out said, trust me, if your trust nigga will prove, if truly they gave her the money, she will prove, say, remember me true for you gave me the money. See, interested me, baby, I could do.
Mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the Instagram video. It was a video where you could see that she was appreciative. She was very, thanking the chief of staff, Madame Frema Opari Osei Opari, for, the support, the 50,000 supposedly that she gave. And then
also aiding to
bring the coffin. And then in addition, saying that if she needed anything, she just asked. Wow. So much so that if Fia had to say, Mama, tumuda.
You're sounding like her now.
Mama, tumuda. So the question is, Madame Freeman, as the first female chief of staff, has she so far discharged her duties, said that she will make a case for other females to be chosen ahead of their male counterparts when it comes to the chief of staff office. On this, I go back to Mario Puzo's The Godfather. The Godfather, in Italian mafioso families, do not choose anybody to be consigliere. The consigliere has to be an Italian with both parents being Italian. But for Tom Hagan, he was an Irish orphan who was going hungry, and one of Don Vito Corleone's sons befriended, and so became part of the family and was raised in the family, completing law school, and eventually choosing to work for the Don against much opposition from the other families. That he's an Irish, how can he be a consigliere when he's not Italian? You know, but the attributes that Don Vito Corleone saw in Tom Hagan proved to be enduring, because in the end he served his Don very well. A chief of staff is like the consigliere. You are the filter between you and there's so many people who want to see the Don. Sometimes the Don gives you explicit commands that I don't want to see this person. But the consigliere has to go about it in a certain way that the person does not feel spited and so get to hate the Don. So that the Don always keeps a very fine face. But the dirty job has to be done by somebody. And so, even at the funeral grounds, when people do donations, sometimes, I'm an MC, I've done funeral MCing and all that. Sometimes people come to you, give you the money, but say, Momidin, Kachengbe, Iswona Nuhe. They give you the money, they say, no, make it Nicodemously. And so for Efia, one of her weaknesses is not being discreet. That is a major weakness. That she is always in competition in her mind. Everything is competition. Everything is in competition. Why did you have to come out and put the poor woman under such scrutiny?
On the scrutiny, I want to read a statement from the Alliance for Foot Soldiers Advocacy. They call themselves AFA. And this is their subheading: Empower Foot Soldiers, not opportunistic media personalities. AFA. Alliance for Foot Soldiers Advocacy, AFA, is gravely scandalized over revelations by controversial media personality Valentina Najewa Elias Fiasha to the effect that Madame Akosia Fremont Pare paid flight expenses for her late father's casket and topped up with 50,000 as funeral donation. Inasmuch AFA is sympathetic to the plight of bereaved individuals, we find it extremely difficult to understand and accept the logic behind this particular gesture, considering the opportunistic character involved and the times we found ourselves. We say this because Ifya Schwarzenegger contributed nothing to the MPP's success victory in the 2016 general elections. Rather, and as a matter of fact, she used her platform to make mockery of then opposition leader, candidate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo prior to the 2016 elections. It is therefore shocking why a few years down the line, with the MPP in power, the chief of staff as well as senior government officials will suddenly forget the pain she caused the party, reward her beautifully to the annoyance of party members whose toil and sacrifices birthed the fruits of government.
Father Dixon cried the caveat, say, if we are giving you this money, we don't want it to be public. But in her own video, she said, Father Dixon, what's my moso? Now my moso, I want to be moso. Somebody who told you that, look, keep this, we are supporting you, you are in need, or you are whatever, times are hard, take this. And they gave you a caveat. But this woman still found the need to let it known what Father Dixon gave. For the foot soldiers, I can blame them. I cannot blame them. People want access to power. People have won scholarships. They need support to pay some of the fees they do not get. People want to come and see these elected officers. Oh, bro, Charlie, help. They are meant to sit at the offices of these MPs, ministers, deputy ministers, director generals for hours upon hours. Oh, Abeba, he's in a meeting. He will get back to you. You wait 2 hours. Oh, he will get to you 3 hours. They've been made to wait, go and come. But these foot soldiers, who are they? They are the ones who throng the markets. They are the one who goes to the churches. They are the one who goes to the rural areas, the homes. They visit farmers on their farms. They risk limbs by traveling long kilometers, distances,
to campaign,
preaching the message of the party. But how is it then that someone who supported John Mahama and the NDC, and then after some time said, who said there's a new place, that there's a new source of soup boiling. I can hear the flavor of this soup. Quickly turned and came back to the NPP. This person owes no allegiance, owes no loyalty to anybody but themselves. It is to themselves and only they. And so when I hear people agitated and are very downhearted, that if someone like this, who owes no allegiance to anyone, is even getting access, and then gets 50,000, and then gets a carte blanche that anything you need, if you need more, come back to me. On the heels of giving 120,000, that Kennedy Japan made us know. It's very worrying, Benis. It's very worrying, especially when we are being pummeled for the e-levy, that we do not have money. It does appear that the state has no money, but there's enough in individual pockets.
Anybody that says that Efia Schwarzenegger didn't contribute anything to the MPP, Nipa no way truthful. Because if you know politics very well, these deflections, it play a very important role about the voting public. So, especially floating voters, omu stands, omu jinana. It plays a role. Mind you, look at her following on social media. Regardless of how our official may be to encoy, she may have die-hard fans. Such people are controlled by idols like Efia Schwarzenegger. If they choose to follow MPP, it happens all the time. There are people in the MPP now and NDC now holding positions that they had to deflect from their party to the Omuwo. So it's a normal political practice. So if you say we may not have studies to back the number of people she was able to, push to the MPP, but to say making any impact is a lie, because she has following, and that is why some of the politicians want to tap into some following until Drew December near Kotuaba. They get the artists to to campaign for them, because they know it's a sure way of tapping into their fan base and getting them to vote for them. So anybody who says one benefit, I don't think that is it. But I feel the pain of the foot soldiers. But then again, you should know anti-frema you'll be a sebio or tiwe or wonisika. Anti 50,000 is not something that is so big, so huge, extraordinary for her. That is not what we are saying. She can. Or will it be an old macrampa? Then maybe to me, I back together and get that money for her to do the oil. But Neria Ababa way the Gina Abontia or do who be because a commodore. No, do any crime in Namijina when you me to trade you any good for ma. I don't think you are going to be happy with me. That is where I think problem no. But as to whether she did something, contributed something for the party, I think she did.
On the part of whether Sikani is coming from Chief of Staff packets or not, ASEPA is calling for a probe into it. They want to know whether she donated on behalf of the government or from the coffers of the government or her own packets. Do you think the calls for the probe is in the right direction?
It's in the right direction, but I don't assume from even before probe Nebeshasi, because there's a statement coming from the office denying, say, the chief of I stand to be corrected, say, no crazy free on there's a denial, say, no payments of that nature has been made. Until say Efia Schwarzenegger will come and prove, no say, If you me check, if you send me momo, if you send me say, no. That probe atones you even on
Deniability is a snack of politicians. Denying things, that's their snack.
No, but if you have proof, why don't you?
That's their snack. It is why there are leaks, even in government systems and machinery. When someone is pissed off and say you are denying this in the public, and they leak it to a media house or a media person. It is why we have neutral agencies, state agencies.
No, but this is a probe.
We
should set up a commission.
It's why
you cannot come and defend your case by saying it's a leak. You need evidence to back it.
That's what I'm saying. It is. That's one arm of it. Another arm of it is why we have state agencies whose remit is to probe into these things. The special prosecutor should not only be targeting NDC officials. These are clear matters that he can also, shine his light. The EOCO can also take it upon himself, come in, Shraj is there. Yeah. This is why you go and draw salaries.
But Nipa na oko probe, no seem interest.
Yeah, but of course,
so what are you going to
will deny. So if you are denying, the person, the supposed recipient,
so they can check her account
you,
to see
the
if
third party, will
such
come
amounts hit the account on what day, and I mean,
you come in and these are some of the things.
And this whole mess.
Because Bernice, the times we live in are very perilous times, very difficult times for individuals, for families. People are parking their vehicles to now join commercial transport. People cannot fuel their vehicles any longer. People cannot afford 3 square meals a day in this country. People are working 4 a.m., coming back at home 10 p.m., and are earning 1,500, earning 2,000, and have 2 kids whose school fees they have to pay, whose meals are on them, whose medical bills are on them, whose rent, utilities, and all the others are on them. This country is in a state that must not tolerate and look easy on wastage.
On this same foot soldiers release, Efia Schwarzenegger has come out to kind of respond to them or say donations. And if you also want to receive donations, then you can kill your father.
Imagine
do you
this,
think her response was in the right direction?
It's a reckless.
Imagine this, Benny.
It's a reckless statement, Charlie. You cannot. You are putting pepper in people's eyes. The reason why they are calling for a probe is Oman will say you've gotten donations, even in excess. To the point, say, I say, Adani Agro, I wouldn't perform fail. So to tell me, say, if you want such donations, go and kill your father, no. I mean, she should retract that statement. It doesn't speak well of it. But then again, no, Oko Court Crapper, she can back her case up and say, say, maybe a comedian. Until you be Biana Meka, it was all fun, serious. That is who's in the state in the social media. I'm going to say a comedian. Or the NE also. So any Bibiana was say ufano serious, because most comedians pick serious issues on my lightweight with their comics near the end. She can defend herself with that, but it doesn't sound well to me.
Ifya is one interesting character, I got to say, or one interesting character. But she has friends in high places. That's the thing also. Because other than that, some want even to sniff the air around these people of power they do not get. But here she is. Access to despite, access to Otin, access to this, access to this. What is left is just to be discreet and mind your business and not try to always spite people. If she hadn't gone on this exercise of spiting Miss Bell, all of these wouldn't have been an issue. As Vivacious mentioned, Madame Frema has worked with the UN. She has been a lecturer. She has served as a deputy minister under John Kufuor. And today she's a chief of staff. So, Wabobra, she has made some money. At least $50. So, 50,000 might not be, an issue. But for the office she occupies now, the public office that she is in now, and by extension, anything she does is an extension mirrored on Nana Akufo-Addo. That is the mirroring that people are getting. That if you say this state is in dire needs, and NPP politicians have gone around saying that if we do not pass the e-levy, we will not have money to pay workers, we will not have money to even finance our obligations, and yet there's so much enough in private pockets to dole out and do all these things. It is that which generates the mistrust among the citizenry and the leadership.
A mistake. This is a serious problem, but the way you are presenting it, you're making it sound so nice that we will not see that it's actually a problem.
Oh, it is a problem.
You know, the way you're presenting it is a problem. Why are you talking like that? It's making it not seem like it is a problem. So please.
It is a problem.
Break it down for us.
And we just hope that...
Mystic, well, final words.
My final words...
Okay.
Well, Kinata has won songwriter, I think 3 times or 4 times in a row
consecutive
at the VGMA. So his penmanship is so excellent. You can take it away from the boy or the guy. He can even rival some of the veterans around. And then it's little wonder then that he's been one of his songs is up for observation, up for scrutiny at the university. I think
level 200 students.
Level 200
Things fall apart.
Things fall apart. And then it follows on the heels of Ochami Kwame, if I recall. Ochami Kwame also had one of his songs studied in the university as well. So Kofi Kinata, having come a long way from Odoko, where he used to, hobnob with a few of my friends to the heights that he has attained. I wish you very well, my brother. Keep on keeping on.
Master, I'm not going that tangent. Kenya says, because of the literary devices we use to simile, metaphor, onomatopoeia, in the song. Now, the other one is also the lyrical arrangement. Master, what's in an aquarium? What's your pub? Things fall apart. Mimi, when it says a replica of Pabo, Unyami Sumponi. Now be your comfort, Unyami Sumponi, now be your within yes, I saying the Asipa, it's just theme now or no building, and he picked it, and or there now 4 club in him and in bishop. I don't see how I get so extraordinary from the classic we've enjoyed from Pabo, any Nanakwami and Pedua 77 when you're baby call. It's a KNUST, don't be lazy. Oh, lyrical arrangements, pe literary devices are. Munko mochi black Chinese munko na munko sample songs na munya say muti on ma ne mo show YouTube kwa na mo study o school also KNUST shouldn't be lazy. The literary devices kwani lyrical arrangements dia unto Kwame Ampedunyo unto Paabubu black Chinese unto sa brand even a match the day what's the dinner masa.
I don't know final words.
I don't know if final words. They are being lazy.
Couldn't it be that lazy resonates more with the urban students? The urban class.
If you don't study where you are coming from, you can't just jump from the back and get into urban. You're free baby musically. And you have a bit Drew Sage anyway. So me, I would prefer Paabobo because I don't know mommy say it's a theme that you can sing about. So no be anything fall apart. And they shouldn't be lazy. We are coming from somewhere musically, moon tracing from the roots, and understand how these guys are doing what they do now.
She's a columnist. I don't know how to say in Cassisiano. And Mystic Mike. He writes for blackpepper.com.
Mystic Mike. He writes for Black Pepper. That is how you have to end.
Vivacious. Easy now. Easy now,
Vivacious. He speaks like one of the big 6.
Easy now, baby. Easy now.
Mekai will say, if you go on GhanaWeb TV or YouTube, we have released some new or latest of our programs. Eche Asisu, a release new one on Untold. George AEC release another one on Say It's Loud. Mons and Cuddles by Amma Brunion also release another one. If you have time, just go on our YouTube platform and then you get all of these full programs on our YouTube platform. Efreme Beneso Parijan, and I sat in for Benefo Boaben Abrantepa. See you another time.
Professor Stephen Adai on the chairman Emma National Development Planning Commission and Nachesodiato Abayanim se Bayan Conche, Natches free SHSC on Sanshani Yepa, Esantotumus Adia Jessica Pant in Kebeya, Abayan Sanshani Beam, Natches say Moabia, won't be an associate company was on Motesa or Motumi Ateso. Now Ochema on Nankasa and we say a Ghana city 7.5 billion and Natches a Yadishes a free SHS name in Tinkebeya and Ka buying and share. Na emom no nanka suku bi ate se achimota Wesley girls ane nke ka ho nse no wa wo pesa odo back honum no anka momu se ne ma mu ntua school fees na che se sika na aka no anka nka ebe ka na modi amana dos no munko nkra mia che so momu ntumi ntua kra no na nka mo si schools a wodo honum na che se omo no amotumi akoni free na so say schools a wodo akese ne de ebe ya nka onhwe se ne ebe ya nka mo de se school fees bi no metua o mankasa o metua.
Eya asalajaha ewudi akoso nsempi akoso denchira pampram into such places na esa aban no omo ni security so doso obi owa wo so timoto so 2 who di oye moto no kra no number plate wo so di edibone na afa ya hwe no into omuma security endorse ena police fu binim so wo ambasa my hwa omo we familiar to those people. Inti akobani say assemble no muso boa ye cover up inti misra IGP no say police for match e were certain places are crime make us no on transform no fafo from bra say fo from ba obeba be ye na adwuma ye na dada ne de enem say waje bribe we ho waje branch okoti say ni nu edi bone a na obi di bone a no mpesa obe den obe use police mbra no e de against no inti o ma ne transfer enye adwuma fast ama samai especially district ho any division ho no yan transfer nkrofu pi ni emfa fo from bla pampram police yan transfer nkrofu pi ni emfa fo from bla na bribe adosu too much eyesa yan informant ni ye bre na IGP wey o ye adwuma pa ni administrator eya misaya unu o ye adwuma pa Kofi Buachi ye adwuma pa impeyifo ni ye adwuma na emom nkola binum o mo hye o mase no e na o ma be wolf with the sheep clothes o ma yo mu wolf e na o ma fa egu ahema na aso na o mo ye so mo ye adwuma no so o mo na o mo boa e na bone koso inti transfer there endorse pa memo obi ntina a certain station for 5 years 10 years not ho inti criminal bi de ne be familiar na ba ni say ne ho abasema na civilians and yes, but it's a police in no na so ye den oboa na onu so no wa be corrupt na ye nkwada asem into changes no transfer no endorse and a young informant binum no so no ebinum so ye corrupt o mata ebinum into ebinum so ye corrupt and I so boa police no onu mom ya mani sika ya toka amano into isi no hu bone kra na onko kanche police na ono no attack yen the good informant no na wasa say oye den o wurawura yase o twa atrasem into no momo mine into na changes bi mbro mine na even kran for Ukraine and Russia into kwado moku na nipa wu ba han to kwamba han su debie nipa wu debia yeku nipa Eastern region na say yekum papa se ofanko yekum ahaso yekum 1 week nipa be say 4 ekum Northern region yekum adan oman na adan sisi oman no investor bi abeba ha ohu this kind of records a obesuro so odi ni sika ebeba abeboa na mbebunu nu so omunya adwuma ye no omesi da anya adwuma ema bre eba country nim inti na etuo no etuo na dɔso wɔ ma anim moma yɛngye ni na yɛnkyekye ɔmo nyinaa.
Chacho for penny Emma NDC Amanyokono Johnson Asedun Ketia aka General Mosquito and Odin Semfabi Ababeto ya Ochremus and Ninja Kra Ninji a Speaker of Parliament Aban Bagbeho is an so trema and uncle share him say Uncle Be declare for me na MP no new seat no vacant and so washing and him sa no say dear speaker aim to me enya no enya ni de ye kra Ochrema and Camera for me na MP no etro krata I breno say ade opeso ode no ho edom MP piawan kono anka saa time na nakache nka che se eni kwase nko pene so kra ma che se obeye MP anampo obeye second deputy speaker e wo Ghana hanum afin so trema ade a minority for no eye o man nyani ye kra so mo so ebo modien e share anim e meye for me na MP e betena as deputy speaker of parliament na oko GBC ete so mo interview so e no de sanse mfa we nyina e koto dwa na o tremu se obi a ono go gina se independent candidate na so aba ma shebedwem na mwanka sema huso nipa ya na jensa media me ni NPP fo na ebo na wa yes man cheso nipa ya babe second deputy speaker ochema kanka ya ade a orei eye na jensa nka wogina independent nka anka se obedo me ya NPP awanyoko ya nka be hu se ade anka minority na majority sisi ano koma hye bedwama enki enya minority eni enya majority sense obia number eye ba ko bia ye 137 eno da babe to just say ni ra ho pan sanye ne de say speaker of parliament one declare from na MP ni seat no vacant.
It's another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Na Oyokote. You're welcome and stay tuned as I bring you all things business, including stories that trended during the week and an exclusive interview. The rapid increment in petroleum products is becoming burdensome on consumers. Now, the phenomenon has been attributed to the cedi's decline against major foreign currencies and the ongoing tensions between Russia and Ukraine. Executive Secretary of the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, Duncan Amwa, joins us on BizTech as he unravels factors that results in fuel price hikes, the impact on consumers, and the way forward for Ghanaians. My colleague Maoli Aholumega has the details.
Prices of petroleum products are expected to increase significantly in the second pricing window for March this year. The move is expected to impact on consumers as well as increase the cost of living in the country. But why has there been a persistent hike in the prices of petroleum products from the beginning of 2022? We unpack this through a conversation with an expert from the petroleum sector. Before I introduce my guest on this week's edition of BizTech, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. My name is Maoli Aholumega. Welcome back from that break. Duncan Amwa is my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Duncan is the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. Duncan, welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
Very well. And you?
I'm doing very well. Good to see you. It's been a while.
I would have said good to see you. I'm happy to see you, but I'm not happy.
Why are you not happy?
Mauli, we've been complaining about fuel for the past 1 year. it looks the more we talk, the more Ghanaians complain. The more things get worse. You wonder whether there's a leadership response. And so we are effectively contemplating probably jumping on the streets. Maybe when we talk, they don't hear. So perhaps we might join them on the streets and in their offices to remind them that fuel is becoming a disaster on our hands as Ghanaians.
So I want to come from the beginning of the year. We saw some very astronomical increments in fuel. From your point of view in COPEC as an organization, how is the sector faring, especially with these increments?
You see, everybody has their challenge currently. What you find with the BDCs is that the monies that they have invested, their financing, is dwindling by the day. Again, if they also have financing partners, the banks that provide LCs and all, where they take credit to do their importations, you're also jeopardizing the banks, because if there's a default, the banks would now have to probably go find the monies elsewhere. Then you come to the OMCs, they also complain bitterly that the prices you see at the pumps are suppressed prices. If they were quoting the actual prices that they should sell the product, we probably would have crossed the 9 city mark by now, probably 10, 11, 12. But because of competition, they are also undercutting themselves. So the OMC wing is suffering, BDC is complaining. It doesn't end there. You come to the consumer point, the trotro drivers are none the less happy. I've just received an indication that they even want to increase transport fares further. If you go around the country, you would not find a single Ghanaian who would commend authorities for the kind of prices we are seeing at the pumps. When you talk, others will want to make political, capital of it and say whatever they want to say. But the truth be told, the pump numbers, no matter how you rationalize, make excuses, justify, and talk, all the political grammar, the pump prices would effectively expose you, because we seem not to be doing anything. And for the first time since I got to know how to write my name, we are smuggling fuel from Togo now into Ghana, because Togo is able to give better pricing than Ghana does. It is not good.
But is that a sustainable move? Especially because some also argue that the CD is also struggling against other major trading currencies. We also have the Russia-Ukraine crisis as well. Do you think this is sustainable, that we have to go to Togo to sort of purchase fuel?
Well, we are not going to Togo to purchase. I'm saying they are rather smuggling petrol now from Togo into Ghana, because your prices are higher. So if somebody gets the yellow gallon and is able to move it into the country, he's probably going to gain. What we are witnessing currently is multifaceted. You have the geopolitical, the global dynamics at play, and then you also have your local influences also squeezing us. You cannot do much about Russia and Ukraine. It's not within your domain. But you had safety nets that envisioned such times happening. And that is why the first president of Ghana, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, thought it wise to put up a refinery, because he had seen from the Volta Basin and the other geological seismics that had been done that Ghana was sitting on commercial oil. So he put up a refinery and said, when Ghana is able to get oil, we can refine for our people. Now, post 2010, when we started commercial production of oil, our refinery has never been better. So one of the safety nets that could have given you fuel security, your local refinery, now that you are producing oil in commercial quantities, is down, is out completely. This was one of the single investments that contributed so much to Ghana's GDP. I'm talking of the 1998-99 era tour alone was contributing almost 5% to what Ghana's GDP was at the time. As we speak, it's contributing 0 because it's shut down. You also have a lot of very good engineers in there who could turn things around, but the politics of us would not allow that institution to work. So we prefer rather to take our crude outside, get a refinery outside to refine, and then we go for a cargo or a vessel to bring it back to Ghana as refined products. You are creating jobs for those refineries. You are creating wealth for those economies. You are changing your cedi to dollar to go and bring the finished product. Your refinery is down. So that safety net is off. In the 90s, we also thought, okay, why not build an Oklahoma cushioning type of buffer called BUST that could hold finished products, not crude, so that when there's crisis out there, we cannot probably be able to bring products. BUST will have strategic stocks to let the people be able to go about their day-to-day. As we speak, BUST doesn't also seem to have a liter of strategic stock that they could put onto the market when Russia-Ukraine gets worse or get, super bad. So those safety nets are down. And so whatever geopolitical activities occur out there, the trotro driver in Ghana has to pay for it. This is not sustainable. And we think that the earlier our leaders wake up to the reality, the pump prices keep exposing them by the day, but they simply want to just pretend nothing is happening. Russia, Ukraine is costing your trotro driver to pay more for fuel. It means that you fail to plan for them.
Okay. All right, Duncan, I'll just take a quick break and then we'll be right back. Yeah, so I've been speaking with Duncan Amwa. He's the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. And we've been talking about the Ghana's petroleum sector and the increasing hike in petroleum prices. I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome off on our break. I've been speaking with Duncan Amma, and he's the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. Duncan, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you. You've been telling me about the geopolitical reasons why we are seeing a lot of fuel price hikes, especially in Ghana. Now, I want to come down back home. There have been some calls that we should remove some petroleum taxes. What is COPEC's view on that?
We've sent memos and proposition papers to that effect. Nothing has been done. When you move from the geopolitical factors, the local influences, one of the key ones happens to be the taxes, and then of course the cedi's performance to the dollar. If you look at the levels of taxes, not sustainable. You have finance ministers given blank check by Parliament to slap taxes on petrol as and when they will. And so one finance minister comes, says, I need revenue. The lowest hanging fruit is petrol. They slap taxes. When they are leaving, they don't take out the taxes. So they leave, another one comes, he needs money, he also slap taxes. And that informs the 13, 14 items that constitute the price build-up. Largely tax A, tax B, tax C. Some of them were actually introduced to serve as, a gap, a revenue gap, for government, because our crude that we export, we expected around 55, it had dropped to about 30. So there was some gap created. We introduced taxes so that government can be able to realize their target. As we speak, the reverse is the case, yet those taxes are still being charged. The special petroleum tax. You have stabilization and recovery levy. You want to stabilize prices for me when world market prices get bad or bullish. Now it's bad. You are still charging me 16 pesos, 14 pesos to stabilize fuel prices. When I ask what you're doing with the money, then they tell you premix. If you need money to subsidize for premix, go back to Parliament and say premix subsidy. 3 pesos, 5 pesos, then we know we are paying 3 pesos for premix. But don't collect 16 pesos in the name of stabilization and recovery. When we ask, you said you are using it for premix. That is untenable, completely untenable. And so, whilst we're looking at Russia, Ukraine as some of the contributing factors to why fuel price is so high and is still going higher, the local influences, especially the cedi and the taxes, which is within our domain and control, is what most Ghanaians are looking up to authorities to do something about. Because Russia, Ukraine, you can't stop them, but you can put in measures to ensure your city performs well. You can also put in measures to ensure that as crude prices rise, as cost of finished products also escalate, you can at least decelerate on the taxes a bit. But you talk, they won't probably do anything about it. So then the fanatics will come and make excuses, and then you go to the pumps, it's gone up again. It's just been one bad cycle, and we hope that within the next 7-day period we would hear something meaningful and significant. If we don't, we'll jump onto the streets and probably make sure that this time round we are not speaking grammar. Probably we'll walk the grammar on the street so that they can hear us very loud and clear. Petrol is too high for Ghanaian pockets currently.
Yeah, Duncan, so finally, there have been some calls for the Tema Oil Refinery to be given some strategic partnership in terms of to help it, revamp its operations. Finally, just your final take. What are your views on that, and where do you think this form of strategic partnership, where do you see it going?
You see, you cannot be an oil producing country only to export everything you produce with no strategy or plan in place to also serve your local market. What TOR would have done to the Ghanaian market would be to provide the fuel security we need. But due to our unnecessary politicking, TOR is on its knees, it cannot work. Ghanaians are still paying for TOR debt since 2003. We are paying. We are not putting in the right investments. We are not able to upgrade their tools, plant, and equipment. So, what you put in, you are lucky to get it out in same quantity. You probably make losses. We are not putting in any investment. It is still a viable, asset. If the government doesn't have the resource to put in immediately or inject, sell TOR for $1, like others have said, so that a strategic investor can put in the needed resources, can be given the free hand to work or operate, and ensure that TOR is run as an economically viable concern, not an arm of, our politicking that allows us to flood the place with 800 people when 150 can sustain operations, not when we are appointing people simply because of a political reasoning, but they should come with the wherewithal, the competence, and KPIs that we can measure and hold them to. If you do these things, you will be able to revamp TOR. And I have said refineries are profitable. It is the only reason people are building new ones like the Dangote refinery. They are injecting so much because they know it would not only serve the country, but it would also create a certain economy around it.
All right. Duncan, thank you very much. And so I've been speaking with Duncan Amwa, and he's the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, and we've been talking about the petroleum sector and the persistent hikes in petroleum products across the country. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Many thanks for watching. My name is Maoli Aholimeka.
Thank you, Maoli. Up next is Biz Headlines. On to our first story on the cedi's performance. Now, the Ghana cedi has passed the 8 cedi mark to sell at 8 cedis 12 pesos. This is according to AfriSwap. The cedi is, however, trading against the dollar at a buying price of 7 cedis 94 pesos, whilst the British pound is selling at 10 cedis 17 pesos and buying at 10 cedis 17 pesos. The euro is also at 8 cedis 33 pesos and buying at 8 cedis 53 pesos as at the time of filing this report. Meanwhile, there have been calls on the government to take actions to stabilize the cedi against other major trading currencies. The Importers and Exporters Association has also called on the government to peg the cedi at a fixed rate, as it says the constant increase is affecting the price of imports. The price of eggs sold in the country has witnessed a 10% increment effective March 14, 2022, according to the Poultry Farmers Association of Ghana. This will mean consumers will now purchase a crate of eggs between 27 Ghana cedis and 35 Ghana cedis, depending on the size and location of purchase. National President of the association, Napoleon Ajiman, in an interview said the increment is due to the high cost of poultry feed and medication for day-old chicks also going up. On the redevelopment of the Ghana Trade Fair site, the company has signed a memorandum of understanding with Singapore-based developer Stella Holding Limited. According to reports, Stella Holding Limited will see to the injection of $1 billion sourced by the firm for the redevelopment of the trade fair site in Accra. Chairman of the Ghana Trade Fair, Dr. Daniel Macaulay, delivering brief remarks after the signing ceremony, said Stella Holding Limited will establish a joint venture company for the development of a 65-acre of the 140-acre large trade fair site. This is great news for Ghana, the people of La, and the African continent as a whole. The COVID-19 pandemic dealt a big blow to our plans as investors cooled off. So, we are happy to get back fully on track with such serious group of credible investors as well. Minister of Information, Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, has said government has been engaging in discussions aimed at easing COVID-19-induced land border restrictions and measures to mitigate escalating fuel price hikes. According to him, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has in the past 2 days been engaging relevant stakeholders in a bid to mitigate the situation, which is having an effect on livelihood and businesses. In a tweet posted on Thursday, March 17, 2022, the Information Minister wrote, "Yesterday and today at Akufo-Addo has been engaged in meetings in preparation to announce easing of restrictions at our borders and tackling escalating fuel prices." On ECG disconnections, the Electricity Company of Ghana has disconnected power supply to the Ghana Airports Company Limited over debts owed to the tune of 49 million Ghana cedis. According to ECG, the debts have been accumulated over the years. ECG's task force embarked on this exercise as part of measures to address power challenges and errant customers. It is, however, worth noting that this disruption of power at the airport does not affect travels and other businesses at the terminals. To our final story on the Ghanaian economy, Professor Stephen Adai, a former chairman of the Ghana Revenue Authority, has urged the government to reduce its expenditure in order to save the economy. According to him, the only way to salvage the economy, which is facing some challenges, is through a reduction in the earnings of government appointees and other Article 71 office holders. Professor Adai said in an interview that a reduction in expenditure will help the government to mobilize funds and address some pertinent issues in the country. He explained, why should a country like Ghana have about 4 or 5 ministries of transports? It's incredible. In other countries, we have 1 minister and then we have technical heads of these institutions. So we can reduce the size of government. Actually, under this circumstance, I think that the executives and other things must have a pay cut. Maybe 25% will do. That's all we have for you on this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Follow us on all our social media handles. On Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, we are at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, we are GhanaWeb TV. Don't forget to subscribe. Thanks for joining. My name is Na Oyokwote. Have a great weekend.
Bulgarian embassy there a developer bi ekobubu no so o sini there e was so na ya da Ghana Forestry me kufa na do dan kufa do yama mpinsa e hye asie bi eno e na kire say deputy minister for foreign affairs me kire kweku Petroleum sapon e da be tuju ase na Ghana for kana munja isa say no kire biara e ni mu o de say me be tuju abra no ni central for e bi nkomo e wo foreign ministry na no e na o kire ma ya da na do dan kweku fa do ngo a show mo say sa construction na sa contract no obi a eni ni sanfi na say mo obi ampo enko ho no na kire say o twas no no ka say na do dan kweku fa do ho no mo na Bulgarian ambassador bi e di letter bi e bre no na kire say na do dan kweku fa do so e hwe letters ni mo no hu say trespasser bi e di ho afori mo na kire say about trespasser ni e di try Petroleum na kire say papa e hwe mam da de onya police for e bom ho modin bi say sa trespasser no ejuma na oye e wo sa eye embassy ho no be jai.
Professor Stephen Adai on the chairman Emma National Development Planning Commission and just odiato aban nim se be yan konhwe na just free SHSC on sanhwe ni yepa esanto tumu se ade a egisika pa ntinke be ya aban sanhwe ni biem na just se moye bi a wo hu bi na se sika mpo na wo so mote so a omotumi ateso na otwema ono nkasa ehu se eye Ghana cedi 7.5 billion and na just ye de hye sa eye free SHS nim ntinke be ya nka aban enhwe na emom no na nka suku bi atese achimota Wesley girls ane nke ka hu nse no wa wo pesa odo baka honum no anka mo say ni ema mo ntua suku fees na chese sika na aka no anka nka be ka onamodi amana dos no munko nkra mia chiso mo ntumi ntua kra no na nka mo say schools a wodo honum na chese omo no amotumi akoni free na so say schools a wodo akese ne de e be ya nka onhwe se ne be ya nka mo de say school fees bi no metua o mankasa o metua.
So Chairman Wontumi made international headlines when he made his intentions known that he wants to buy Chelsea Football Club worth $3.1 billion. The likes of Daily Mail, The Sun, London Football, they've all carried these stories. But today we ask Ghanaians on the streets of Accra, Abosoka, spare parts area, on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate, that would they support Chairman Wontumi to buy Chelsea Football Club? Let me hear from you also in the comment section. But follow me as I get some interesting answers on the streets of Accra. All right, so you love football. You said you support Arsenal, your London rival. Yeah. Now Chelsea, the government has placed some restrictions and sanctions on the owners, so they have to sell the club. Bidders are coming in, and then the Ashanti Regional chairman of the MPP, Chairman Wontumi, has made intentions known that he wants to buy the club. When you heard that particular news, how do you feel?
Okay, first of all, I was like, how much is he having? Like, can he afford to buy the team? Because here we are in Ghana, we are facing this kind of economic crisis and something like that. So then later on, I do some research about it, and I was like, okay, he's an investor and he has so many companies, so I'm sure he can buy it.
All right. So if the time comes that he needs to be supported to buy the club, you being an Arsenal fan, will you support the Ghanaian to go and buy Chelsea Football Club?
Yeah, I think he buying the team, it will be a good opportunity for some of the young players here in Ghana. Because when you buy the team, by all means, some of the youths will even get the chance to play for Chelsea. So I think it's a good idea for him to buy the team.
It's a good idea for him to buy.
And we have to support him.
So when you heard that Chairman Wontumi wanted to buy Chelsea or wants to buy Chelsea, what was your initial reaction?
The thing is, what I see say is good. Because we get the Ghanaian to buy the Chelsea club. I think it's good for Ghanaians. It's good for Ghanaians. I think it's normal. It's good for Ghanaians too.
But people are saying that, and when the opportunity comes, will you support him to buy it?
Yeah, we support him to buy it because we all want to get the good result for the Ghana to buy Chelsea. I think it's good for me when he buy it. I need to support you.
But don't you think that if he has $3.1 billion, he can use it to build something here in Ghana than going to invest it in the UK?
Okay, because what even if I like to make you take that money to invest for Ghana here, because you see Ghana normally we have so many things we like for here. Yeah. So when you get that money, I think that money I like to make you take that money invest for Ghana so that the Ghana get the opportunity to have job.
So you don't support that he should go and buy Chelsea?
No, that one I don't support, because if we have so many resources for Ghana here, we have work, we have a lot of opportunity to have going forward. That one day we have a lot of work for Ghana. We go buy that, we go support them. But if you work no day, we go buy Chelsea or go buy that one, they will not support them.
All right, so we're back here again on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Chairman Wontumi wants to buy Chelsea. Others are saying that there is no way that they are going to allow him to go and invest $3.1 billion in the economy of the United Kingdom. Today we are at Abosokai Market spare parts area to interact with football fans and Ghanaians on what they think about this particular issue. Whether Chairman Wontumi can buy Chelsea or not. Me mokwa baba GhanaWeb TV so. What you say Chairman Wontumi person to Chelsea no. Send na usifa asem no.
Krade mun say esikana no mudi ni saa keke. Scoff utumi $3.1 million koto Chelsea. Billion dollars ekoto Chelsea. Hey. Wasu investment abetimi dey o Ghana asinu o. Debi. Mpenfo no dey debi.
Ndole o mfano so.
Me dey me mfano so baku so of Chelsea win Kappa Emba Ghana 1. Se Chelsea win bibia ye ntie Petro so 2. Se bibia enkote mahabo 3. Nti eno no ye fucking investment. Sa investment we no ehunhia.
It say Chairman Wontumi show asame na okacho no.
Misas can no fanya ade o Ghana. So only $1 billion no fanya ade o Ghana. No shed ade a obey o Ghana. No shed the wa the dimpo be ko eni e wo Africa ha. Only $1 billion no fanya ade o Ghana.
Only $1 billion.
O fanya ade o Ghana asikeke.
But who did say your individual be o Ghana ha or $3.1 billion.
And Mr. Chelsea the same way they mean so because Ghana so $3 billion or Ghana.
All right, so you have the gentleman. He is saying that even if Chairman Wontumi is able to pay the $3.1 billion and buy Chelsea, there is no direct benefit on the Ghanaian economy, because if Chelsea wins a trophy, it goes to the UK. Anything that they do, it won't have a direct benefit on our economy. So if indeed Chairman Wontumi has $3.1 billion, he should invest that money in the Ghanaian economy, and Ghanaians will be forever grateful to him. Alright, so we're back on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Chelsea Football Club is up for sale, and Chairman Wontumi is dominating all the international headlines because he wants to pay $3.1 billion and buy Chelsea Football Club. Chelsea Football Club has a huge following in Ghana because of the likes of Michael Essien. But today, we are here at Abosoka Market, spare part area, to interact with football fans and Ghanaians, how they receive this news and what they make of this particular news. What is Chairman Wontumi say or better Chelsea no? Say na usi fast no.
Oh, normal. So don't so the me am timi say obet matter.
Into them say Chairman obi o Ghana obetumi etua $3.1 billion.
Oh, obetumi etua.
Obetumi etua.
Chairman Wontumi de me am permit na cheaper.
Into what time cheaper so on to Chelsea?
Me Canada. Auto Chelsea cry be me de pa.
Ebe ode.
Patron.
Are they support Chelsea na?
Patron.
Into what person unya Ghanaian owner?
I'm telling you.
Okay, mesa ba so. La man for umbrem o support Chelsea.
Me Chelsea.
Edi kan no what say Chairman Wontumi so person or to Chelsea no. Say na usi fast am.
Oh. I know man so inipa o to mention na dream. Nto was ask na Ghana every say. Na person bisa say ba ko say Gagu scored in a week no. Mo mention na Ghana scam no bisa no. On who scale Gagu pedi in a week. So bet me just ask na. O was scale Ghana every say. Me bisa o scale Ghana every say.
Also we score no or a businessman to obetumi I can go for 5 abomo o mo raise be $3.1 billion.
Me sure I'm so scam. Oh, name is Kim. Chairman Wontumi is coming to go to Chelsea. Who was asking Ghana? Support to press in Accra. And I have brought Ghana. Me sure, yes, serious. To be so visual as for why.
Okay, me found some blame. Asana mas baby says so for so and as own fast. What is up so to Chelsea no? Edi kan what is news no? Then now assembly edi kan udi kan catch you.
Wontumi no 1 onimon konta. And 2 ono calculation yet. Chelsea you under 12, under 15, under 17. You on a basketball. In the any Chelsea na on the Emma club. By any Chelsea na on the 11 and a Chelsea. You will team so no be bree. I on win Chelsea. But one as I say amount na one can win him some content. Anything workers as bit matter. Ultimate Chelsea. The African people better Chelsea. Don't go to your son. Nigeria. Obian no bit matter Chelsea.
Okay, boss. My power zoom what is up so tono then I'll catch you.
Oh, when me take as me take say o kaso Chelsea. Me dey pa say any pe bia o so nya film na dey ade. Yeah.
It's them na we ni John.
Film ni John. So ton so anya no kwa na team no nkwa na be ye. Pa be 5. Betima to team back. City. Ni pa ko pe na dey. Ni pa be 3. Ni pa 3 na say ni pa 5 betima to team na. Be okay. Ayo bagana be boy.
Okay, mama fa won sum bebre na ka say and this obi wo Ghana ha over $3.1 billion enunti na ye bre. What is such a man to me so person to Chelsea? Won ne ya adwen emo say nya wo sika. Na mo won ne ya adwen say Ghana ni ebeti sa sika no e de akoma UK for.
First asem obi sa me na first day now o ka asem na o say abanchi ni ntum.
Adentia.
Owo sika we nyina guo na Ghana ye ble. Ana onkwa no manu mabusuafo mudi. Na o so de koto Chelsea. Na Chelsea no nim Chelsea no den. What is here ton ade no beto.
O support man you.
O support man you. Fine. Oh, usika de me to me show sika so betuma to na won to me top. Ebia obetuma top. Fine. Ba wo se sika ne pa na so to me fam wa Ghana o man wa ban so na wo so. Untumi fam wa Kufuado. No fa nya bibi wo man mu e ma ye ho ntoye na de koto Chelsea.
Okay, na man fa umbrem woni no be ya adwen say onto ye ka so koto a wo be support no.
Oh, me to be support no because anya right so to sa Chelsea. Em wo na kasa na mbo Ghana man kasa.
Emboa.
Serious. O go to Chelsea. And who to first going be a factory. May be your Ghana. More so I'm one no, I know so no any sika. We have been no. Then before so went there. No more they don't Ghana so. On to be a factory. As cannot be a factory. But Ghana be a factory when be here. So go to Chelsea bar. I go to Chelsea in fact. From support to I mean for no so. Anya the ball mo bo sa asam ni din kwa ansa ko no be ko fo bufu pa. O ma bu ko be lusu mo. So on go play lusu mo to be strano. Only side you feel dream because of Chelsea no. So go for be na tampa.
All right, so we are all supporters of the NPP, and if you don't want the government to be unpopular, Chairman Wuntumi, we are telling you that you should go back on your decision or even the intent to buy Chelsea Football Club. Mamifa also bring sama yen na watch back on me no ban say ye to Chelsea and na Chairman Wuntumi editor abontin say why crado say den obeto Chelsea boboko na or den a bid ekopie mu UK any kind of what says asem no den na woka
ni person Chelsea say nyama bua no ska offers kanim bua Ghana League no nonja Chelsea asem okoko di no say nyama bua no nya ska fan bua Ghana League nonja Chelsea on bua no oto embua no
na say bi so ka say no den tina wo ka say oto ayembua no
na say ba bua no sha bra ya bre Ghana ya or this kind of Chelsea offer be factory bi na on prepare mo for no nya adwuma wo mu
inti so koto Chelsea ni there
embua
won for aso
embua.
All right, so what do you also think? If you are watching us, let us hear from you in the comment section. Lots of the people we spoken to today, about 80% of them are saying that they don't support that a Ghanaian will cough out $3.1 billion to go and invest in the UK economy, a country who themselves they are not suffering like we doing here. What do you also think? Let me hear from you in the comment section. What is such a amount to be so better Chelsea? Assembly edikan okay.
Me maintain as say what better Chelsea. If say Ghana ye blewa investment, e so be Ghana obe investment wana go for munya aduma no munya bi. Now this ask can go share investment ni mu. Obe to Chelsea for no. Oh aye on free on for free.
Also we know a businessman.
Oh David. Yeah so to say on go to Chelsea. Of course can ye investment wana so nya bi ndi. Eno anu me support so on to Chelsea. On to me to so. On to me to Chelsea. Not Chelsea with every week over to Prabia over to me. On to me next out the Ghana scan. Or the other go to our na aton country no. I say yeah who? Akufado no say Chairman to Chelsea. And Akufado no ordinary connection.
All right, so we are ending this episode of the GhanaWeb Friday Sports Debate right here at Abosoka Spare Parts area. The question is, will you support Chairman Wuntumi to buy Chelsea Football Club? We are ending the show, but we have 3 more people to speak to before we wrap everything up. Memo Kwababa GhanaWeb TV so. Who catch him say who support Chelsea?
Yeah.
What say Chairman Wuntumi a person to Chelsea club no? Who first reaction anything?
My first reaction no, not beginning na I wasn't happy, but later on I say me a Ghana ni. So far as I'm a Ghana ni, na Ghana ni episode to Chelsea. Me the support ni na be man because yes of course because a Ghana team. And Chelsea no e wo mojem. Nti so no kita Ghana me e why no. Then
by the can who GD say obi o Ghana or $3.1 billion. Say or the ko this argument.
True master ska wo Ghana ha. Ska for no ska na kromo. What you say? Inti mean doubt is on to me to bet me at yes of course.
But ebi so ka say so asas kana adenti na won fa invest in Kotoko any has now or the UK.
Yes, to me basa say ebia obe support Kotoko any has. For now no Kotoko any has no be wo dada. Inti ono so wo chance so still our football no okay because me share on Untumi TV. Sometimes what you on now share analyst or analyst about ball Untumi say yes nim therefore ewo hono which is on nim ball nankasa nti onya team na me dey actually meta.
All right, so I will support Chairman Untumi to buy Chelsea Football Club. What do you also to, are you also going to support him with as we speak to more people? And Pacho Manifa also emblem Kitwebia. What such amount to Mr. Pesoto Chelsea? What's you know? Then and I walk.
But I think he's not serious.
I didn't know say because on the official bid, Echo UK. I didn't know say on serious.
Bid obi abeti me akọ me kura me ti ma Atrobi
de akọ
e de akọ but say 3 billion pa we won be that 1 billion pounds we won be enye sika kitwa o 1 billion enye 1 million pounds enye euros enye dollars enye cedis se ka je convert 3 billion pounds enko Ghana cedis mo a e ya he se otimi Eka sa Africa na NHS no betimi ato.
But into so Saska na obe supporting sonto.
Onti minto.
But so betimi ato obe supporting.
Me support onti minto. There's no way me supporting.
But all can no say obetumi eni nkofo be 10 aka musika album no makọ akoto. Nzo betumi aye side na obe support omo. So omo nkoto.
Me support omo.
Won support you. I didn't na won support omo.
It's a football, no. It's a big investment. Okay. Uti each player a week. Afi Chelsea club, no. Almost divisions, one more. Yeah, and a basketball. I hear. So how? So where are you going to raise that money and pay them weekly? Na make an ultima say. Enti no enya say wato. To the obetimi ato. Everybody say bia wo 50 million. When they say I store. 50 million. Obetimi ato store no. And so betimi ato. Sika no well go February go Tony.
But say we club, Chelsea club. Or qualify for Champions League Onyeska. Or boy EPL onya more than 100 million pounds. Obetumi di nyina go bumaye.
Abramovich no managing no. Anya this kind of tickets we no kwan or they carry a place.
Or 1.5 billion a shame over 20 years.
Our other businesses supporting to run that club. Do you understand? Nigeria want to million local support find water. And for go the additional money
into one in
unforgetting.
All right, so I have my last guest on the show. Me mo kwa about GhanaWeb TV so what such a amount to me so about Chelsea. What say you know asema odi kan ne aseme.
Me dey me tie ndie ngonga pa. Se mo timi dey sa team we dey nya easy o. On timi tonu za o. Dey okita ni dey. O ska bebre pa o.
But when you me say obi wa Ghana ha or 3.1 billion dollars be yes
me dey mean gindi because you brew kulu ni. Obi was ask can fam boy.
Na so bi na wenya ni sika no say o ko invest.
Okay, only nya ni sika no so okay. Matias you bet me ato on top.
But I won't support him.
Me dey support you. Of course, can you be blamed? I'm first time bottom. Me better die. I tell you.
All right, so you heard what the man said. Come out to me if you are watching us. He is asking, telling you that if you have $3.1 billion, give him a small amount of that money because he is suffering on the street. This has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today we are asking, will you support Chema to me to pay $3.1 billion to buy Chelsea Football Club? This has been another episode. Let me hear from you in the comment section. My name is Joel Leshen. Until we meet again, enjoy the rest of our programs and enjoy your weekend.
Right there.
Losing someone dear to you can be very traumatizing. It's an experience a lot of people have never recovered from. The pain, anger, sadness, shock, and fear comes to play all at once. A lot more die in grief and depression. But while there is no rule on how to mourn a partner, can a society worsen the situation? When is the right time to bounce back and find love again? On this episode of Moans and Cuddles, we take a look at losing a partner and finding love again. I am Paula Amabroni. My guests are ready. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back to Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. So today's topic, I've got interest in it because at the age of 12, my father died and it was a big blow to me. I watched my mom go through the grieving process and then it wasn't easy. A lot more people have suffered same, but the thing has got to do with moving on after the death of the partner, because they say until death do us part. So a lot of people feel like, okay, you're moving on, it was too quick, you find love, sometimes it's hard to forget your partner. A whole lot of unanswered questions when it comes to the death of a partner and moving on. So today, my guest and I are going to discuss how to go through the grieving process, how best society can help, and you as the victim, if I should say, when is the right time to know that, of course, I've healed, and when moving on to the next relationship, I'm not going to affect the innocent person who is just coming in to love me and be with me and support with me, or support me throughout the journey. So to me, seated on my couch today to do the discussion, I must say I'm honored to have counselor and life coach, Uncle Kweku Edumata.
Yes, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Paulina.
You look like my father. There's a whole lot to it which I don't really want to talk about. The reason more I like you and connect with you, you look like my father.
Then God is sending me to you. Or you have seen the quasar father of yours.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah.
So pick a lot.
Thank you, Daddy, Uncle.
Right, whichever way.
Yeah. And I have here with me also Abba Sechiwa. Abba is the host of Urban Cross on Home Base TV. Abba is my classmate way back in GIJ. I love her. She's one hard-working woman and doing a lot for herself. Abba, good to have you on my couch.
I'm super excited to be here.
You're glowing.
Oh God, by the mercies of God.
God has been good. All right. So today, as topic, as we discussed, I told you earlier, we're just looking at the ways how best you can move on after the death of a partner, because it's a whole lot. The pain, the grief, the anger. Sometimes you are just angry. It's been 15 years. I lost my dad. I could just imagine if it was a partner. And sometimes I get angry, like really. Father's Day, I cannot even stand it. It's a whole lot. A lot of people don't know how to handle grief and then the loss of a loved one or family. So Uncle Dumata, I want to find you out. Can someone ever fully recover from the death of a spouse?
Thank you so much, and greetings to your viewers. But prior to the details of your question, I want to make this analogy. If all of us know what we are in marrying, we will be able to understand what we are in. Because we don't know what we are marrying, that is why we are marrying. So anybody who gets into the marriage terrain is prepared to embrace all the unseens. And when the unseen become unseen, that is marriage. So the loss of a partner, nobody sort of will think and dream about it, but it will happen. If it does happen, ma'am, you ought to move through to 3 stages. The first stage is availing yourself to accept it. That it has happened. There is nothing you can do. He or she is no more. Accept it. And it will take you a while. Accepting it is the hallmark of your renewal. If you deny it, you pretend and you fake your whole demeanor for the entire marriage or after the marriage. Then, when you accept it, you come to where you are now going to face the real you. So as you were talking, you never accepted the fact that that is gone. But it is when you have settled to the point, then the real you will come. I call it the you in you. You should always seek for the you in you. That is where you hit yourself and say, hey, this is who I am. If you don't get to that level, you'll still be living in denial. Then from there, you can now move in developing the tomorrow of you. So it's a whole process. But when it comes with a shock. It comes with, I least expected this. It comes with, what next? It comes with, what is really going to happen? How am I going to even live my life? So you live in some kind of a wishy-washy sort of situation of your life. But you see, that is what makes you a human being. But again, when this thing happens and the God factor is not in you, you can become somebody else. So the God factor, as God being the center of you, knowing that it is for a reason that daddy or mommy or whoever had left. You can fight it. You are asking this question because people are fighting with it. Why me? Why not them? Now that I'm about to enjoy my marriage, and then what is happening? When you start doing that, you be living in serious denial. It's a shock. Nobody sort of dreamed to have that. But it has happened. And I always say this, and I'll say it also here, that there is nothing that happens that there is no reason. There is always a reason for something to happen. Now, we being human beings, our role is to search for that reason. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you new. If it has not happened, you will see the ingenuity in you. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you innovative. You start. If Abba was here, I would have done it. Now Abba is not here. What do? You start. Become innovative and become creative. And you tend to come to a point and realize that, hey, after all, it's good. Oh, now I've understood. When you get to that stage, that is where you are living your life. But as to the choice as to should I quickly go in for a new one, it's your prerogative.
All right.
It's your choice. Don't let anybody push you. You were saying earlier that, oh, somebody was just in there and almost 2-3 weeks, he has gone for another one. It might be that it was hanging. And so he was just waiting for
the right
a lead word and a bump.
Some people, to some partners, at their point of death, they're like, they make you promise that, see, no matter what, you're going to move on because they know they are gone. Some people will tell you that, those who have the time, maybe it's out of sickness and all that. But Abba, someone will say, I lost a husband, I lost a wife, it hasn't been a year, maybe it's been years, but we all say it's easier said than done. When you are faced with it, you know you're God, you're a Christian, you know that there's life after death, but you've been hit with this reality. How would you go through the process? Counselor had said that, but from your point of view as a woman, how would you go through the process?
Okay. So first and foremost, I might say that I'm really excited to be here with Counselor.
Yeah.
You know, when I was in the reception and I saw him walking, I'm like, God, you have a way you do your things and you show off. And that's just what I was saying when I was sitting there and I just took my eyes off. I'm like, I'm just praising God right where he is. So the truth is that the Bible says that all things work for the good of them that love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. So sometimes, like you were saying, I lost my biological dad 10 years ago. And after, I lost my stepdad. Now, after, you know, once you lose your dad, there's this dad that traditionally from the families, it'd be like, this is your father, so this person will take care of you. So after my dad died, a year after he died, so I had to ask a lot of questions. I'm like, God, why? Because growing up, I didn't get the opportunity to stay with my biological dad. So all this while, I'm like, okay, when I'm getting married one day, I'll let my stepdad know that I'm really appreciative of what he did for me. And now, bam, he's gone. What am I going to do? But it was the knowledge of God in me that saved me. And so if you watch my post on Instagram, on Facebook, every time I keep mentioning Jesus. Because I got to a point in my life where I realized that at that point in time, there was nothing anybody could say to me.
That could heal.
It's at a point, it's like I'm speaking to you and you are trying to say things to calm me, but it is not working. I have been through too much for this thing to happen to me. So at that point, that is when as a Christian, you learn to rest on God. You learn to rest that like Uncle said, God has a reason why everything happens. Sometimes you don't know it immediately, but after some years, you sit and you're like, okay, so this happened. Not to say that you losing a partner or a relative is good. It has its own, you know, backlashes and all that. But it teaches you. I once told my friend that what experience will teach you, there is no life coach that can teach you. You go through it alone. And so if you watch even people who are divorcees, when they tell you something like, why are you saying this with so much passion? The person has gone through it. You understand? And so first and foremost, how to deal with it, have a good cry. Scripture says that, and Jesus wept. And there's a difference between weeping and crying. There's a difference. Have time. If it's your room, your couch, sit on it and cry. Like, mourn properly and don't pretend about it. Oh, I'm fine. You can have a whole lot of things going on with you. Have a good cry. Cry till you know that, oh, I think now it's okay, and you know, you understand, because at that point there's nothing anybody can tell you. And as to you going for another partner there and then, Uncle said he leaves it to you, but I'm saying
really, we'll delve more into that. But recently, was last year in August, my childhood friend, she lost her father, and I called her. I told her, I know a lot of people have told you, you'll be fine, it takes time. But take it from me, you know I also lost my father. And I just put in 1 or 2 words, and I told her time will heal. For now, she should just mourn and let herself go and all that. Usually when someone is in that state, when you lose your husband or wife, it seems like everybody has got to say. And then when you mourn them in your own way, maybe at a time you don't even want to eat, you don't want to hear anything, you just want to be alone. Everybody thinks that they've got to say that, okay, this is how best you can do it. But you are not me, I am not you. How best can family, friends, and even the society at large help someone who is going through that difficult time?
Paulina, I would say, when it happens like that, almost everybody wants to show how close they are to you. Everybody wants to feel a certain vacuum that you cannot have. And so they are not more or less imposters, but they are trying to say that we are still with you, quote unquote. But that is why there is a hearing and listening. So who do you hear? Who do you listen? So you will hear all of them, but you should have those you will listen to.
Okay.
This is where you need to draw your line. And this one calls for real maturity and wisdom from God. Because if you are going to listen to everything, you get confused. That is why if you're not careful, you fight them. You raise your voice. You do those things. But choose who you listen to and choose who you hear. The hearing, everybody will say it to soothing you. But which one do you listen? And that is where you pick your choices from.
All right.
If you don't do that, you will always become like, look at what she's doing. Look at what he's doing. We are empathizing with you, sympathizing with you. Look at the way you are behaving. They will ward you off.
So, Uncle, at that time, when someone is just don't know how to control their emotions, should you step back a bit? And how understanding can you be? Because some people don't understand, like, okay, you cannot do this alone. You want to help.
Contain. That is why you're doing the listening. All right? Sorry, the hearing. But contain it. You see, when it happens like that, you start warding people off. They get hurt.
Yeah.
Because they want to get closer to you, to lift you up a bit. But you are giving a different interpretation to it.
All right.
And that is why they will say, are you too? All right? So they will also stay back. Then at the end of the day, you become a loner. The only person left. And that your grief compound itself. So contain. And make sure that, oh, they are doing this because they want me to feel they are there, they are around me.
All right.
So you need to be able to condition yourself. You will not hear too many good things. But as I said, sieve through the listening to the hearing proper. That will help you. But that the people around you will always show that we sort of empathize with you. Don't embrace those who sympathizes with you. When you are in grief, be careful.
Right.
Don't always receive sympathy, because much more sympathy deepens your grief. I'm telling you. But then when you empathize with them, it lifts you up. So you told your friend that you also lost your father. Oh, really? So is that how? And you have been able to be able to, oh, then I can also. So you are trying to empathize yourself. Don't receive sympathy. When you do that, you break down.
All right. Well, noted. Now, in the case where a woman loses her husband to sickness, maybe sometimes they just don't die. Maybe you go through a lot. You have to be with them, stick by. It's a whole lot. Yeah. Now, from where I come from, as Sanakan, when your husband dies, you're supposed to mourn him and you have to wear the black cloth for a whole long year. Yes. Now, people have come out to say, see, we are going through a lot. Adding the black cloth wearing every day, it doesn't help with situation. So, Abba, are you in for the whole thing? Should we continue with the 1 whole year, or please, we can grieve in our own way? I can wear my colorful clothes, go to work. Because imagine me coming to work as a journalist all the time, and maybe God forbid, it will happen. But let's say I lost my partner.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. And coming to work in black, it doesn't help. It doesn't even uplift me. Imagine me sitting on this set all the time wearing black. It's like you caging the person. Do you think that it's about time we cut short the whole duration of mourning your husband for a year and then the black cloth things that come with it?
Okay. So formally, I'll say yes. But I came to understand that it has to do with the individual. Because when I lost my dad, my stepdad, my mom was wearing this whole black stuff. In fact, when she got like 8 months, we were like, Ma, now there's been changes. 6 months is fine. And she's like, Debbie, Abba, oh, Papa, no, yeah, don't so it has to do with that particular person, the individual. Or maybe how you wear with the person will decipher as to whether you wear it for a long time or not. And also, if the person is young, or let's say I'm in a working environment and I'm always coming in black, it sort of raises an eyebrow. People who don't even know would want to know why. And so sometimes they'll be like, oh, I don't want to wear black and blah, blah, blah. But with the individual, probably I want to mourn my husband. People have, diverse ways they do their things. And so they'll say, I want to mourn my husband. I want my husband to know. I don't know if by then, if you are dead, you would know or not. We Africans, we have ways of doing things that are sometimes interesting. So my mom says, oh, I'm going to wear this black because your dad was good to me, blah, 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 blah. But I think after 6 months it's fine. Because at a point, after my mom wore the black stuff for, I think, a year, all the stuff you wore during that period, you have to dash it out. Because I think it has a way of telling you, you are done with the person, you've parted ways with the person, blah, blah, blah. And if you ask me, I'll say, I really don't get the link. Like, what's the link between wearing black and showing the person you really love the person? But my mom would say there's someone, I also know of one other young lady who wore it for like 6 months, not because she didn't like her husband, but at a point, like you were saying, she would have to go to work and change her clothes, and sometimes she was tired of it. And so she went to church and then she performed all the necessary rites.
Well, by the way, when my dad too passed, my sister mourned him by wearing black clothes for a whole year. That's for her dad, not her husband. Yeah.
That's your sister?
So a lot happened. As you said, it depends on how you relate with the person. Right. The conversation is getting very interesting, but as we said, we are looking at ways we can help people who are going through the grieving process and how that society, friends and family can help such a person. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Cardos continues. Welcome back. This is Mons and Cardos on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. Now,
Paula, I don't want to cut you. I just want to add something to what you asked.
Yeah, before we went on the break.
You see, it's about honoring, and it depends on the relationship you were having before the death.
Okay.
If it was a deep, connected, cleaving sort of moment that the two of you cannot separate yourself, you speak the same language, it's a bit difficult. Because the person still hangs around. The spirit of person hangs around. And it takes a while. Because when you call you, it's still hanging to see, have I left properly for you? Is everything all right? Still watching. That is why you do that black thing for the person to realize that I am in mourning. So as to the duration, as he said, it depends on the person in question. But the issue here is that it is honoring and making sure that you are no more with me. That's why you do it for that period. But again, if today technology is coming in and you guys are working and all of that, yes, you still need to do.
Imagine a husband or a wife who was very abusive and who didn't treat you well. Absolutely nothing. And then who said we can say Aduma and I say
And when I'm coming back, that is what I'm coming there. You see, when the relationship is so solid, that's fine. But where it was, you know, that question mark thing,
everywhere you
that's exactly what they say.
I think scripture, Genesis chapter 38, there was a man in there who was with a woman, his wife. And he didn't, for want of a better word, meet with, in the scripture they use the word meet with his wife properly. And so anytime they meet, he doesn't put the right liquid in the right. So at a point, the Bible says that, and God killed him. If you are in a relationship with your wife, or you both are married, and then, mind you, Bible says that once you marry, you guys become one. And so if you marry and then you decide, oh, I'm married but I'm still single, I'm going to do things that pleases only me, remember there's a third person in there. It's not just for we Christians, it's not just two people that marry, it has to do with the third person up there. He really decides what goes in there. So if you are doing something and then it happens that, oh, you've been doing this and then God kills you, yes,
it's true. You see, even at that sort of situation, the relationship being sour, everybody will see. Everybody will see that you are pretending, you are being hypocritical, you are hiding. Everybody will see. Because your real relationship was not real. So you are even rejoicing internally to yourself. So instead of you to go through the 8 months or 6 months, we'll open about 3 months. All these things count, and people watch. And let me tell you, when you are grieving or you are mourning, the eyes that look or watches you have a lot of meaning. So don't think nobody's watching you. Even the small boy, the small girl. Mommy, you're not crying. Mommy, you are eating. Why are they asking those questions?
My mom didn't take meat for, I think, months.
Maria.
But there's some people too in their grieving process, they just want to eat, like they want to eat. So it's
but you hide it, not in the eyes of the public. Not in the eyes of the public.
Of course,
right.
Of course. But then earlier I said that
yes.
my friend lost a father in August, and I was telling her that, oh, Amma, time will heal.
Yes.
For the moment.
Yes.
But the big question is, does time really heal?
It does.
It does.
It does, and it takes you. It does. It takes you. And it was just a profound thing you said to your friend. You didn't even know the meaning of what you're saying, but that was the best sort of advice anybody could give to her.
It's because you've been there.
Fantastic. You spoke from your inner core. Time. What is time? That thing that tickles, or when there is a new day, it is the period you have. So ask yourself. You can end up your time just right now if you decide. So the time will heal is the decision and the choices you make from now that the thing had happened. That is what it means.
Right.
So if you want to live longer, it's actually about your decision. So the time you set is not the one that tickles every second, every minute. No, but it is about how you hold on to make sure that, oh, if he couldn't do this, then I will complete it. So you need to make that decision to prolong the time. So it does.
Abba,
profound statement.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So with the whole having to encourage friends and loved ones who are going through the grieving process, with me, it wasn't my father's instance, but then I lost someone very dear to me, and I was crying, and I just didn't know how to go about it. And then someone was telling me that, and it's encouragement.
That's an encouragement.
But then, how the person put it, it was just of course, maybe someone lost a child and you are trying to tell her that, and you can talk about the life after death whole thing. But when is the right time to say what? Because you might be giving me encouragements that, you know, as we say, God give it and he take it. But then at the time that you are saying that, maybe that is not what I want to hear right now. I know God gives and God takes. How can you be measured?
Okay, so the truth of the matter is that sometimes you hear someone speaking, you're like, this person speaks so well, like uncle. I, as a Christian, I will interpret it as it is the spirit of wisdom.
That's right.
There is nothing that you do that, for me, once I accepted Jesus, I know that the power of the highest came and stayed in me, and so I am lives in me. So if I'm about to speak to you regarding a certain issue, I trust the spirit of God in me to say the right thing.
Exactly.
Do you understand? I can't just go and then I start saying certain things, and then at the end of the day I even spoil the whole thing, because I trust that the God in me. That's how come the truth is there is nothing I can say that will make you feel well, unless of course it is given
a message to deliver to that person.
Do you understand? And sometimes it's like you winning a soul. You will try and talk to the person, and the person will not accept Jesus. But the day you were not prepared, you even said one or two things, the person starts to cry, I want to accept you. I'm like, wait, what did I say to you?
It's not you.
It is the spirit that convicts a man. So if you have somebody who is going through a lot and you really genuinely want to help the person, I think sometimes you just stay somewhere. If it's even for 5 minutes, you say, God, tell me what to tell this person. You might not say everything, but you might say something that might touch the person's heart. You, for one, what you told your friend that time heals. Do you know, maybe it will help her for a while. But after some years, I always say that time is a silent prophet. After some years, it's like, this thing that Paula told me, that was what made me hold on. That was what kept me. So it is not about how prepared I can go and read books and say, okay, I'll read. No. But it is the spirit in the man that speaks to a man.
Again, let me add this to it. You see, the state in which you find yourself with the losing your partner, you need to determine the state. Almost everybody will throw words at you. But how do you stop fighting people? But you should be able to see it the way you want to see it, hear it the way you want to hear it. But if you want to critique what is coming, you fight. So it is you.
As you're saying, you have to like listening, and then how did the
you listen. There's a hearing and then the listening aspect of it. So you need to weigh the two. But I always say you are the pivot.
Right.
Don't let them throw things at you and receive them. Block them.
Find strength in you.
Fantastic. And then see how well you can give a good interpretation to yourself.
So I've seen a man mourn his wife, and then it's terrible. He doesn't know what to do. It's like he's totally broken. The kids, how is he going to figure things out? And then there comes the bemensu. Na pick yourself and all of that. In our part of the world, people they just take things for granted. Like, you don't know how he's going to. Forget about his gender, whether he's a man or you see the person as a strong woman. So I want to ask, at that moment, do you request or would you suggest that the person sees a psychiatrist or a psychologist? Or because it's when you hit depression and all that, sometimes it's not all about the words or people who are going to stay with you and all that. So for someone who's watching us and he or she has done everything in their mind, pray about it, take time to grieve, mourn, you just name it, and it's still not working, should you see a psychologist, should you see a counselor, or get help?
Okay, all these are good. But I tell you for a fact that if you should identify who you are, it's a different ball game altogether. Fantastic. You might be mourning, you might be going through a lot of stuff, but there comes a time you pause for a minute and then ask yourself, who am I? What is my purpose? What can I do? How can I overcome this? Because all the people you've mentioned, like Uncle Dumata will always say, fantastic, they are great people. You know, they will help you one way or the other. But it takes two to tango. If Uncle Dumata, he's a coach, and he's like, today we have him here, and he's talking to us. It's the onus lies on you as to whether you accept it or not. It is still you. If you should go to a president, go to a man of God, it is still you. Just sit for a moment and then assess yourself. What do I have in me? Like, really, how can I go about this thing? What can I do about this thing? That's for me is the first step. Really, you have to really know who you are. What can you do? Sometimes, like Uncle Edumata rightly said, you have to know the you in you.
Exactly.
You have to know you. And everybody has you.
Exactly.
Like, you have something in you that nobody knows.
Exactly.
You know, growing up, myself and my brothers, I have 9 brothers. I'm the only lady.
Wow.
And and all my brothers, you ask them, this person wants to be a doctor. This person wants to... My mama asked me, as young as I was, I said, Mommy, I want to talk.
Wow.
She's like that. No, but that's what be a casa. And growing up, I realized that everyone will talk, but when I talk, I realize I have spoken. And it comes from you. And all these things, I can't share some you know, sensitive things here, but there are things that hits you so hard that makes you know who you are. And that's how come sometimes when you are broken-hearted, you realize I do a lot of things within that time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have gone through that cycle before. You do, you do a lot of things during that time. So in your brokenness stage, sit back and find out who you are.
Great question. Let me add this to it.
All right.
You see, never let shock usurp you. Don't get drunk when the unexpected hit you. No! I take you to the Bible, 2 Kings. The woman caught in the Shunammite lady, looking for a baby. All these while met Prophet Elisha, and indeed he was able to have conceived and had a baby. And years later the baby dies. Now you meet the same prophet and he's asking you, how are you, husband boy? Look at the statement. It is well. Don't let the shock surmount you. Don't let the shock end you, but build what I call the toughness in you. Now you are building the toughness in you because it has happened, but then you still have tomorrow to live.
Right.
Tomorrow will come. What has happened today was at yesterday.
Right.
All right. Yesterday was that day, but tomorrow always comes. So if tomorrow is going to come, then what do? I pause, I analyze, I assimilate, get my grounds well, then I pivot. I use the guy who is the high jumper. The high jumper cannot split if where they step last to move is not solid. So it's always about how well can you fly. It depends on where you're going to stand and pivot yourself.
Right.
So don't let these shocks eat you. It is when it eats you and you cannot actually handle it. That's why you want to see psychologists, and then you realize that even the you in you is dead. So that is where it starts from. You know, you not engineering the real pain of yours.
But Counselor, you advise that when you've tried everything possible and it's not helping, or you should get help by speaking
get
to
help,
partner.
but the help should come from somebody who is godly sent. It's not anybody. Because people use your vulnerability to usurp you and mess you up and put you into something else.
Exactly.
Before you
realize.
So you need to have a God-sent person to speak to you. And you should also prepare your mind that you will listen to what the person says.
All right. So based on the submissions you made, it all boils down to you, the individual, the person who's going through the grief. Now, we're all looking at ways where we could not forget them, but when we are hit with that reality, how to, you know, go through that process. Now, someone who say in the house, the things that he used, the pictures, everywhere, wherever I pass, I see it. It's always there in my face. At that moment when you are trying to heal and, you know, put yourself or bring yourself, bounce back, that is the word, bounce back, should you do away with the little things that reminds you, like maybe that picture that is hanging there, they say maybe should you do away with it for some time, and then later on when you think that you're back or you're on your foot? Because with me, when I lost a friend very close to me, I found myself going back to read our chats, and then that was like, I was really broken with that. But then I always felt like, okay, I want to keep him up in my mind. But that didn't help. Listen to the song that we used to listen to and all that, it didn't help. So the advice to someone who is going through, should you do away with all the thing, or you might say you are being insensitive because they once lived. Why are you trying to clear them?
Once again, it has to do with you.
Yeah.
Because for me, I have my dad's pictures everywhere. Because seeing that picture reminds me of something I overcame. And so I will keep it. It's different from you going back to the charts. It's like you going back to certain things that will make you feel some way emotionally. But for me, if I'm to see that, that is like, hey, you can do it one more time.
That is after you've gone through, the time has healed though. Now I look at it and I laugh like, yeah. But then, okay.
Yeah, because I still keep them. Because you see, there was a time I went through something that was some way. Now I looked at that paper during that same time, that picture, and I'm like, if my dad is a lion, if my dad is an elephant, then a baby elephant doesn't need a prophecy to tell me I'll be big. That is him there. So it has to do with you. And if you say I'm going to a whole lot of stuff right now, like Uncle said, and so you are pushing everything away, pushing everybody, pushing his pictures, throwing them away. So after you've healed, will you still go back for them? Like, if really will you go back for them? Because I remember we couldn't sleep in my dad and my mom's room because we were like, no, and my grandma was like, no, you have to be there. If not, a dynamo be drew. So it's either you face it, like it's not. Anything you don't face, you go back and you still have to face it. So you have to face it now, or you face it again.
The conversation is getting interesting, but I have to face my break. So we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Carlos continues. Welcome back. This is Mons and Carlos on GhanaWeb TV. So we are discussing healing or moving on after the death of a partner, and I've been doing this with counselor and life coach Uncle Kweku Edumata and Abba Sichua. So Uncle, you said you were going to ask something.
Yes, you asked a question whether you should do away with all the images and all that. Yes, you can. You can decide not to. But what is of important is look for the good in that person. This is when I say it in Tree. Don't always record the bad deeds, but the picture should recall you of the good deeds. Just like you said, the elephant. If my father is the elephant, then the elephant baby should be able to. So look for the positives. So the pictures can be there, but look for what was good in that person.
Great.
That with all this goodness you couldn't achieve that, I will continue for you. So it challenges you. It shouldn't let you break down. Yeah.
So among Mons and Carlos, we always look for ways to help, because people who are watching, they've got life issues that they think that they've tried all their best, but sometimes it's good to hear advice from experts and people who have gone through the process. So now we've spoken about how to heal, how best friends and family can help. We've said when all is said and done. Now, when is the right time to find love again? Because the Bible said, until death do us pass, I fulfilled the part of my vow. You are gone and all that. When is the right time to heal and find love again?
Settle. And I take you to the Bible. Ruth. Naomi's sons went to war and they died. Two ladies came to the house to marry, Orpah and Ruth. Orpah left because Naomi said, the bare man you want to marry is no more here. She left. One tiasia. But Ruth said, no, you can't dare me. I am staying. Now watch. It is when you get to the point of healing, when you have gone through all the 3 stages I made mention of, accepting the fact, getting to know that this thing is really happening to you, and you having decided to move on, that is where you can decide. It got to a point, Ruth married Boaz, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly. So when it comes, as you just said, time will tell. When it comes, get yourself ready. And don't replay the previous. Play forward and the future.
All right.
It should be about yourself. Are you ready? Don't let people push you. Don't let anybody walk you through. No, you yourself. Sure.
To that man or woman who's found love again 4 months after the death of their partner, everybody's thinking, hey, now say how you when you're for free. What would your advice be to people who always have a thing to say in people's life? Or do you think that is so fast? You moved on too quick?
2 things. You see, people have a lot to say about people's lives. I have problems with them. And also, I have a problem with the one who moved on after 4 months. Because at the end of the day, it is you. The one you are moving on with. At the end of the day, you will get to a point where that person, or probably you start to compare that person with, and the point is you have not healed. You really have not healed to move on. Until you heal, you really should not move on. And the fact that you're a man doesn't exempt you from, pain and all that. I always say that men are way more emotional than women, and people are like, it's not true. It is so true. Until you find that person who makes you really know that, this thing is really true. Guys are really emotional. You see, the thing about guys is they keep it. They don't tell you about it until they have a certain relationship with you. They really don't tell. But it's we ladies that we are very vocal about things. And but a guy is not going to tell you anything. He's just going to make you feel he's got it. So I'm moving on. I'm setting the pace so that every other one that comes after me will know that you have to. No, but in life there are steps. You have to take it slow. You have to relax. You have to make sure you as a person has healed before you join with the other. If not, you are going to worry someone else.
Does the healing take years or months? If years, how many years do you think is healing?
It has to do with you.
Because for someone who lost a wife told me he's remarried, right? And he's telling me that it never goes. Once in a while, their thought comes in, and then you don't know how to go about it. It will never go.
It never goes, true. But you get to a point where you can handle it.
You can love someone else. Find love in someone else.
You really get to a point where, at a point, like Uncle Dumata said, you have actually matured over that situation, and so you can move on. Until that, you are worrying yourself, and you are wasting a lot of time. Now, with regards to people who have a lot to say about people's lives, I think Uncle Dumata will have to say something before I say that, because I think I need to take a drink. Because that thing, I don't get it. Because you don't know why the person is doing what the person is doing. You don't know why the person is going through what he or she is going through. And then you just conclude, how? Why would you do that? Because assuming I have lost a partner and I have a lot of things. Well, let me tell you one funny thing. My mom, after losing my dad, my mom has a pub. She has a bar. And she, after losing my dad, I think 6 months or 4 months, she played, after the whole funeral, she played live band at her bar. And then the next morning, I heard my mom crying. So I went to her room and asked her, Mama, then I was to go say. And she's like, people are saying after her husband died, she's doing this, she's doing that. But at that time, my younger brother had to go to school. He was now going to, I think, one had completed SHS, going to the uni, and one was going to SS. What was she supposed to do? That is the work she was doing. So how was she supposed to take it all? She had to just pause, and then that year, nothing should go on. You see, some of the things people say to people, you really have no idea what it does to them. So do not say it. Just don't say things about, especially if you don't know anything about it. Unless, of course, you're a relative and you really, like Uncle Dumata said, you want to empathize with the person, want to, speak to the person or advise to the person. Don't say things you do not know. I leave it there.
Pauline, emotions kills. It swallows you. It distorts you. It's call for darkness in your life, emotions. But reality is the light. So when all these things are happening, don't play emotional card in here. Because the moment you play the emotional card, you feel, no, you're not ready yet. No, I want to. No. Face reality. I told you earlier that it happened for a reason, it happened for a purpose, it happened for a cause. You are the one to choose these 3 courses. If you're not able to pick them right, you'll be wrong forever. Nobody wish for the one I love to leave me. But it has happened. Right? What were we talking about prior the going? We'll build mansion, we'll do the... Can you still do it when one is not there? That is your challenge.
Go to school like you planned.
Fantastic.
And all that
Is the reality. But when you sit with emotion clouding you, you'll be late. You'll be back and nobody will be there to sort of be with you. You are late because you have allowed emotions to cloud you. Face reality. Until you see Yesu, you prepare yourself. And now be to obi adia to ne and no say see unifa. Now the to you know, that's my dear to ni it's up to you. That is a wisdom in there. It has happened. I've seen it. I am making it. Next time I know what to do. So don't let emotions cloud you. When these things happens to you, but face reality.
So most instance, because when my dad died, I was young then, but as young as 12 years, I didn't like the idea of my mother even having another man to look at my mom. Or even have to
jealous.
Call someone my stepdad. Now I'm much older. I've been open to certain things, so I think I'm not going to be a hindrance to my mother's happiness. But a lot of kids hate the whole stepmother, stepfather idea, and even when their parents remarry, they find a way to frustrate that new person. Now, what are some of the reasons that cause people to remarry? Because someone will say, you know, the kids are so young. A man will say the kids are so young, you know, friends will come, family will come, but I need someone, a woman in my life to take care of my kids. A woman too will say, see, I need that manly figure. I can't be all alone. I'm too young and all that. What are some of the reasons why people do?
Let me say this before Abba comes.
Okay.
We are all growing, right?
Yeah.
But I will speak from a grown-up, what a grown-up told me. He says, Kweku, but we hear Obia Unjao. That's the word the man told me, and I cried. All right, this is a great man. But 70, 60, 70, 80, you need a companion. It is not when we marry that we need a companion. It is in our old age.
Come to think of it.
It is, look, we have to now, you see, we are all growing. But let me tell you, even when you are alone sleeping and there's nobody in the room, you see how you feel? And you are growing, you need somebody to say, oh, yes,
the kids will go, they'll marry and
fantastic. So that aspect will call for you looking for a companion. You need it. Sure. And for the children around, yes, they will be jealous. We used to have daddy, we used to have mommy, we're from this woman, we're from this man. It's normal. But when they're also growing to a point, they will ask you, Mama, what you? Daddy, what about? You see? So you don't push them by way of you saying that this is what I want, so you should listen to me. But let them rather throw in the towel and embrace that option appropriately. But I always say, real marriage is when you are old. That is why I worry there. And yet, it's not what we're doing now. So don't tell me when you marry today, you have found a companion. So I don't believe that. Grow me in it, and then let's see.
I think
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you need that. And let me tell you, every great man that is old, about to die, needs a woman. So it goes with a woman. Needs a man.
Great. Now, I always wondered, for someone who's lost a partner, maybe you are young, maybe in your mid-40s or 50s, you lost your husband or wife. Now, the issue of sex, no. How are you going to get it? Because, see, sometimes people are young. A woman who loses her husband, she's young and all that. Is that some of the reason why we'll push you to, you know, at least fine? Because some people are Christian, they don't want to use the back door. So they're legally bounded. They say you're allowed to do it. Okay. With that, because maybe I always feel like, hey, so all the while, no, the partner died. Be crying. How are you living? How is life? You are grieving, and that's you.
This is the outside thought. This is the outside thought.
I'm not married, but I like to speak to people who are much older than me, and so I get a lot of counsel from them. Now, what's my grandmom? No, wasn't my biological grandmom, but one of my grandmothers, like I said something to my younger brother. My younger brother was misbehaving with a certain lady, and he said, "Sisia de na uni worry. Na maybe as you married, you were not good to your wife. Now wow kokra brim. Now or you see own fewer. When I better with him and we laughed about it. But it is really a serious statement because after all, like I don't want to go with the sex thing, but actually how many minutes? Hey Abba. No, I haven't. You don't know how. You see,
please.
For you to be maybe enjoying.
No, maybe you are enjoying the see, let's not. Some people feel like maybe when you need to baby at the sex they can't find home. But wait,
do you know the reason I'm saying that? There are a whole lot of people who have married people and they looked at the physique, and then they get married, get the physique, and they get tired of the physique. Yes. It is really not about the physique. Yes. Really, it is not about the physique. It is even not about. You see, at a point in time, there's something called companionship. Like you need someone to talk to, someone to share ideas with, and sometimes it even goes like a very simple decision. If you have a trusted person, someone you are with who is really trusted, that is when you know the essence of some of these things. Unless you get someone who is really trusted and someone who is really matured in that regard, you think, oh, after all, what is this thing? And I get that you are 40 and you really want to do this thing.
Oh, Charlie.
It might be somebody's reason. No, listen, it is not bad. It might be somebody's reason.
Because when you lose your husband or wife when you are very young, they're like, see, it'll be too much. Because if you're not, you start living recklessly.
You need to have somebody. You need somebody.
Can I say
when you come back home, let's take a breather.
You see, sex is a mind. Sex is a decision. Sex is not act. It's not the act. Tell you, it's the act you want. But what is the decision? It must start from somewhere. So if my mind is not there, if I'm not ready, if I'm not in the right frame of mind and the state, it won't happen.
Oh, yeah, come to think of it.
It won't happen. And so I am young and my man is gone, my lady is gone. Mistakes in the same. Emma. Who couldn't pay that? Who for? All right. So we should always draw a line between the act. The act there, not sound, not fun. But if it's a decision you yearn for.
All right. All right, Counselor. But show the mama yen play mystery boss a bana, you be a bet twice. So it's just various questions. We'll pick it back.
Closer to your face.
Hey, sorry. Okay, so
what's it?
Okay, so this goes like this. What would you do if your wife or partner cheats? Like finding out that your partner has broken the vow.
I'll be silent.
You'll be silent.
I won't talk.
Hey, silent treatment. No, so
I won't talk. I'll be silent. But if he or she realizes that I have sinned, then let me see how remorseful you are. Come back to me.
Silent treatment.
And then I will ask you 3 questions. Why you weren't doing that? Who did you do it? Comparing that person with me, who is of importance? And why do you want to come back to me?
That's 4. It makes 4.
4. Don't cry. If you can give me this, then I'll see how remorseful you are. I'll take you back. My silence. Don't fight it. And you see, how can you go back for it? You don't need to. Prove to me. If you want me back, let me see. Silent is one of the tools in marriage. You win the day. As if nothing has happened. No, it won't even come. Silent. That's my answer.
I've added that to my list.
And that's a practical thing I'm talking about.
All right.
Yedi.
And then they go watch your boy. Yedi.
Now, I text message. Now they are to social media. What? See?
Yeah. Okay.
You don't have any reverence.
Oh, great.
You've lost your importance. Your image is gone.
Abba, how dear me ubenya. But so dear. Fana yen share the echo. Honest answers. Thank you very much. About the how?
What's say?
So when you pick an empty sheet, you get to ask me any question.
You know what? I have been a Jesus girl all my life. Everywhere I go, Jesus keeps helping me.
It has to be just.
So there's nothing there.
Yeah. They just say she need Mudia. That's the.
No, she should pick a new.
Oh no, that's the wrong.
Today I'm changing the rule.
See,
pick
all those who come here, Obi and Fawe, let me say,
really?
If you got any question, yeah.
Then you are genuine.
Let's hear your question for me.
Oh wow. Okay. I didn't know this was going to be tough as well.
Okay.
I was about to ask that same question, but the thing is, the answer should be different from Uncle Edma's one.
Yeah.
So what would you do if it were to be?
If my partner cheats on me.
And you saw it.
And you saw it. Hey, it's a different thing.
If it was
different and you seeing it.
Until few minutes ago, no. Now come in, you're silent. But you're too me funty. Me copy so dear. Hey, me now I'm sir. Oh, sir.
I doubt you even have the guts to talk.
The shock.
I mean, Kasa.
Be a pro now. Oh, so sorry.
You just make sure they saw you.
And don't leave the home. Be at the sitting room.
Hey,
get yourself busy.
But you know, you the guy or you the lady who cheated, you'll be really scared. If this is the person cooking for you daily, and the person does not say anything, the person has caught you.
Jeez. That is why you have to zero yourself from the hero to zero. Calm down.
Okay.
And let's talk.
Say dear, until you know, but maybe I'll tell you that I will not overreact. I'll try my best not to overreact. And then, because I'm very forgiving. That's one thing I've told myself. Going to marriage, see, anything can happen, but then I have to, you know, learn how to be forgiving. But before we end today's conversation, I just want to take advice from you. People who sometimes go through relapse, you are healed and all that, but from time to time, even when you've moved on and all that, I don't know how best the new partner will respect that. Fine, that person who was once gone, you love that person dearly, so they will give you that space to mourn and all that. Finally, advice to people who have gone through that and those who have also found love, how best you can handle the new relationship.
Well, what I'll say is that don't overdo to the detriment of the other party. All right, you have lost it. I'm now in your life. Give me the leverage. We all have past. Stop upholding your past. Let's talk about what we hold now and where we are heading towards. That leverage will give us a sense of purpose and we will live well. And if you have found yourself a new one with the passing one, please make sure the ills you did with the passing one, you don't repeat it in the present one. It's a real check. And again, remember, the one who had come now, what is the reason? What is the purpose? If you can't find tomorrow in it, then I'm sorry you've lost it. You should be able to see the tomorrow aspect of it. It's a bit sad though, but yes, talk up on him.
Thank you very much, Uncle Dumata. How about final
So these
words?
are my final words as well. I must say this discussion has been a learning curve for me. I have learnt a lot from everybody, especially Uncle Dumata.
Oh, thank you so much.
I bless the heavens.
It is the Lord. It is the Lord. It is the Lord. You're Jesus' daughter.
So I would say that, like Uncle Dumata said, if you found somebody and probably you didn't try to get healed and then you moved in a rush, that's fine. The fact that you've accepted that one, I didn't heal before going in there, is a beginning of a solution. And so now that you've realized that, work on yourself. And also do not work on yourself alone, because now you're not alone. You are with the person, so engage the other person. Let the person know that this is where my difficulties are. This and this is the reason why I can't do this. So I need you to do this together with me. And at the end of the day, you guys come to, you know, a beautiful conclusion. But if you do it alone, at the end of the day, it means you are still sidelining the other person. Don't forget, there's another person in the picture. So you'd have to do it with the person so that it will all go smooth sailing. That's it for me. And also engage God. Engage God.
Why?
Patrick.
I feel now why.
Patrick.
Why? Then audience, I'm telling you, I've not concluded the show. These two ladies have something you need. Go look for it.
Thank you. Thank you. And coming from you, oh my God, my status. Just look at my status, guys. Like, I'm coming for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. And I want you to put out your social media handles where we can reach you out for someone who's listening to you or anything.
Okay, so on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, I'm Sechiwa Anta everywhere. Sechiwa Anta.
Well, Facebook has it. Uncle Kwekwe matter just about that. I am not too glued to that, but I'm starting picking small. Yeah.
Thank you very much to Abba Sechiwa. She's the host of Urban Course on Home-Based TV and counselor and life coach Uncle Kweku Edumata.
Yes, dear.
Amaned, you've got no ideas. You know, everybody gets stung when they meet someone they always look up to. I've seen him on shows and all that, and for me to have him on my show, I made it.
Tell me about
it. God's doing.
It is God's doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm honored to have sat or moderated this discussion, and I always say that we're always looking for ways to help us, whether in your relationship and when that person is no longer there. But one thing I always say, don't be too hard on yourself. When you are going through the grieving process, see, hope and believe that the time will come when you laugh. Because sorrow may last. It will last. It is a part of us. One day you will all equally die, and your family and your friends will miss you and all that. But don't be too hard on yourself. That's what I say. And just keep up the faith. Be prayerful, do things that make you happy, and find love in the eyes of your children and the family and people who are truly there to help you through that process. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back with the next episode of Moons and Cuddles. Thanks for watching.